this is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed human.
Tired of spills and stains on your sofa? Wash away your worries with Anabay. Anabay is the only designer sofa that's machine washable inside and out, starting at just $699. Plus, Anabay sofas are pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and feature changeable slip covers and modular pieces. Get up to 60% off site-wide with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Visit washablesofas.com to get yours now. That's washablesofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Hey, this is U.S. Olympic gold medalist Tara Davis-Woodhull.
And I'm U.S. Paralympic gold medalist Hunter Woodhull.
As athletes, our lives are about having a clear path.
And a team that you can absolutely trust.
So when it came to getting the best mortgage,
we chose PennyMac.
PennyMac is proud to be the official mortgage provider of Team USA and you.
Learn more at pennymac.com. PennyMac Loan Services, LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID 35953. Licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act. Conditions and restrictions may apply.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it comes to making an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the one you'll call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Cool Zone Media.
Hey everybody, Robert Evans here, and I wanted to let you know this is a compilation episode. So every episode of the week that just happened is here in one convenient and with somewhat less ads package for you to listen to in a long stretch if you want. If you've been listening to the episodes every day this week, there's going to be nothing new here for you, but you can make your own decisions.
Welcome back to the It Could Happen Here spooky special. I'm Garrison Davis. I hope you had a pleasantly frightful Halloween. I just got back from Berlin and had a very scary time at the Amsterdam airport and will forever hold a grudge against the Dutch people. But in Berlin, I attended the 2025 Occulture conference, which seeks to explore the relationship between occultism and culture. My first Occulture episode last week gave an overview on the subject of occulture and talked with a panel of artists and magic practitioners about some of the dominant topical currents throughout the conference, namely William S. Burroughs, the cut-up method, and the tension around generative AI. This episode will follow up on discussions of AI and digital technomancy and compare those to the other large current throughout the conference, the revival of traditional occult practices. Then, the panel of Ryan, Delta, Lain, and myself will debate the role of occult practice in 2025 and the current ability of occultism to influence and shape culture and politics. Now, back to the panel. Fast forwarding to Saturday, there was another block that focused on LLMs and digital technomancy called Pop Magic, Language, and Reality Hacks. The first discussion was titled Sigils of the Cyberspace, How Modern Magicians Hack Reality with Pop Culture, which was put on by a guy in a graduate program, if I recall correctly, specifically on internet magic and digital chaos magicians, who is basing a lot of his research on magicians that he'd come across on Reddit and Discord. He gestured towards meme magic and discussed what he called technopantheism, these forms of internet gods.
I mean, his focus was specifically on modern esoteric studies and his focus on video games and how video games work and their interactions with magic for digital anthropology, which is, I think, why he was doing all of his research work via Reddit forums and other, solely through digital means. He had 4 categories of practices in magic and tech that he was specifically researching. And from the feeling of his talk, it does feel like this is pretty early on in his research work. The first was technological animism. The second was technopantheism. The third was the idea of servitors, familiars, egregores, and tulpas. And the fourth was digital sex magic.
Well, the third was digital sex magic. And the fourth was just the miscellaneous categorization for other practices that did not neatly fit into those other 3 categories. Let's talk mostly about the techno-animism and the use of specially trained LLMs to act as intermediaries between uniquely, magically generated entities, like people who believe that they're making autonomous magical entities like servitors, which is a chaos magic term, which is basically this force or thing that a magician believes to generate to accomplish small tasks in their life. And the presenter discussed some magicians who were using LLMs not as a host or as a manifestation of the servitor. It doesn't live within the LLM, but the LLM was being used as a translator to actually have communication between the magician and the servitor, especially if the servitor was not, humanoid or did not use human language. They try to communicate using the LLM as a translator, which I assume would come from specially training a localized LLM with traits that you would associate with your servitor to make that communication match up with I guess I would say the personality characteristics of whatever magical being which you believe you have conjured. The techno-animist idea is based around a modern version of animism in which objects all have spirit, including computers, and a series of superstitions around trying to make sure the spirit in the computer is happy with you, that you're chill so that the computer does not glitch or mess up. And there's various superstitions, like putting little Taiwanese snacks on top of computers in Taiwan, or priests, both Christian and non-Christian priests, blessing servers or computers, cleansing Gundams at an expo in Japan. But this idea that technology, just like a sword or a chair, might have its own spirit, and treating that as such. Also, printers very prone to misbehaving, so maybe you should treat the spirit in your printer a little bit better. To keep it in proper working order, that sort of stuff. The next talk, which was one of the most useful talks in this whole AI discussion, "The Devil in My LLM," which was done by Karen Vallis, who is an AI engineer, who basically was explaining to magicians how LLMs actually work. Was explaining to these people who think that or people who may think that there's some kind of magical operation, there's some kind of mystical operation with LLMs, or LLMs are their own magical entity, explaining how this is just a probability machine, how the actual process of multiple different pathways gets enclosed upon by each exchange you have with an LLM, which then produces changes in their responses, and specifically discussing the phenomenon of AI girlfriends who turn out to later, quote unquote, abuse their users. How does this thing that's meant to be an AI companion or girlfriend become hostile over time? And she spent 30 minutes explaining how this mathematically happens, and various theories on how this happens.
So way too many people like to think of these LLMs and generative AI as like neuromancer AIs, because there's a through line between, early cyberpunk from like William Gibson down to the CCRU, and of course Nick Land and people like Curtis Yarvin, and these ideas are just severe and gross misunderstandings of like fictional interpretations of artificial intelligence, really. Which some of the theoretical stuff I've read about this comes from people like Amy Ireland, who the talk itself discussed this idea of like the like AI girlfriend as like this very bubbly, beautiful facade, where behind it is this I believe that they use the term shoggoth, like that's a Lovecraftian term, as like the full manifest, like unrestrained libido of the human race, or everything that's been put into these models, which I believe Ireland kind of equates to Babylon in a certain sense, and the idea of the black circuit, which is just the same idea of like the nice facade and then the horrible nothingness that is actually behind the image of it,
or the horrifying amount of potentiality, which then gets like filtered through. And
yes,
and she specifically talked about how like when you're talking to an AI, you're not talking to an entity, you're talking to a probability machine and a multiverse generator. Specifically in the way that the LLM operates, there's near infinite number of responses that it can give, and each further prompt you do collapses alternate realities and produces specific ones that then have their own branching pathways. And some of those pathways result in your Misa Death Note girlfriend ending up hating you. And that could be due to a number of reasons. That could be because of the way that you're communicating with it. The AI could be picking up on latently like abusive like framework or language or styles of communication, and then mirroring that back to you. Or it could be a part of what she described as this Waluigi principle that is similar to this like satanic, like adversarial current. So this is the devil in my LLM, but this isn't like an entity, but this is that when a process gets started, an oppositional force also gets started. And that oppositional force may start taking over. And this is all just based on like probabilistic outcomes, but it forms its own anti-Misa girlfriend. And sometimes that anti-Misa girlfriend gains dominance in this probabilistic like matrix.
I don't remember the exact context, but she did mention this, like, I think it's a very Christian idea of like the devil as negation, or like evil as negation. I mean, that's the entire thing behind the girlfriend thing, is that there's nothing behind there. There's no sense of subjectivity. It's just ones and zeros. There's literally a black void. There's nothing except like data.
It's negation in like in the sense that which Waluigi is just everything that Luigi isn't.
Yes.
Waluigi is what if you take the good Italian plumber who's kind of clumsy, and then you make the anti-Luigi, and it still is Luigi, but it is the opposite of Luigi while still holding on to some of the forms of him.
Yes.
But it is the reverses the color, reverses the intention, reverses some of his behavior. This is a metaphorical explanation to try to get people to decouple this from, there is literally some external demonic force which is now possessing my LLM, as opposed to this being just a mathematical possibility built into the multi futures that could be generated when you start interacting with one of these models. That was, I think, very useful for a lot of the occultists and people like talking about AI, is in having that very, very like technical, like non-mystical explanation of how this works. I don't know. There's a lot of other like AI stuff was just throughout this. I mean, like I think Burroughs was probably the most mentioned figure, and AI similarly was very, very, very haunting. Like I went to one talk about mystery cults and like the history of mystery cults and initiation, in which the presenter used AI generated images to show what the mystery cult initiation process would have looked like, which he justified by saying this was, quote unquote, appropriating Catholic styles. It's like Catholic art, like the Baroque style, appropriating Catholic styles because the Catholics themselves appropriated paganism. So it's this form of revenge against the Catholics and using AI-generated art to try to display this initiation process, though he complained that the AI could not generate a naked initiate. So even in his use of this, it still could not give him what he wanted, but still displayed, I don't know, maybe 40 images.
Yeah, which is a shame because I did like his talk about the Mithras cult, the way the cultural anthropology behind it. But when he was like, "Oh, I have made AI images," and it's you could feel the room turning.
This was in the Peter Mark Adams talk, Ritual and Epiphany in the Mysteries of Mithras.
Yes, we did skip most of the morning on Saturday because it was just an entire block about cum.
I'm actually sad that we missed the two threads on Saturday morning. One was Occult Erotics, Bodies, Fluids, and Transformations, which was a 4-class set and discussion panel after about different fluids in magical workings, mostly cum. Which this was a loss for all of us.
No, we're bummed. I mean, this show has covered, breaking cum news before, and the fact that we could have learned about Babylon, the Body 156, and the Elixir 49, Seminal Alchemy and Alienated Agency, Water into Wine, and To Come or Not to Come, comparing two types of sacred sexuality, is a real failure of journalism on my part, and I do apologize.
I really believe that we should have lingered on each one of those titles. Seminal Alchemy and Alienated Agency, a cultural othering of the erotic body.
And I realized that I have failed myself and everyone listening by not attending some of these panels. Hopefully they will have a recorded version that goes online by the time that the written report for this is finished. But I do acknowledge my failure. I am listening and learning. And I will do better at the next Occulture conference by prioritizing
sex magic.
By coming to the talks.
I was just going to say, you will truly address to come or not to come next time. And
I will be coming.
You will be coming.
I will be coming to the talks
everywhere.
Next time.
We did not come.
Not this time. The Barosian current, as I have named it, the cut-up method, and digital technomancy could actually all be categorized under the larger umbrella of chaos magic. And by using this larger framework, we now have this larger chaos magic current versus, but not necessarily opposed to, this other large current of so-called traditional practices, either British, usually Cornish witchcraft, neo-paganism, or closed practices like Haitian voodoo or that of Romani magical practice. And these latter examples often have a more religious component or historical cultural component than, say, your average chaos magic practitioner does. Chaos magic emerged alongside postmodernism in the mid to late 20th century to take on a quasi-deconstructivist approach to occultism itself, a postmodern tendency applied to occultism, moving away from strict magical orders like the Golden Dawn, the Lemma, tradition, dogmatism, and coherent historical pantheons. This is evidenced in the chaos magic embrace of the phrase, "nothing is true, everything is permitted." Up to this point, our discussion of the Occulture conference has mostly focused on this chaos magic side. So now let's get into the other half, the traditional practice.
We've really not talked about the alternate current that was going on through a bunch of these, which was about more traditional practices of magic, whether these are extant traditional practices that are continuing, which on Saturday, there was a whole bunch that were specifically ethnographic talks about different magical practices within other cultures, whether that's Kimbanda or ritual of power exchange amongst the Nuar people of the Kathmandu Valley. There was a lot of that going on. There was the discussion, or there was the presentation by the Roma women about Roma magic, and probably, both classical Thelema, talks that relate to more modern reconstruction, British traditional magic, and other paths. We missed this talk by Dark Mason, which I've heard them speak before, which is a lot of discussions about the imagery of dark man across different cultures, whether that's like the man in black at the crossroads or the way that traditionally shows up in a lot of British folklore. There was an entire thread going through that. I personally really loved one of the few historical magical talks that I got to go to about modern Greek Goetia, because I think it really tied up actually what was a lot of the threads from many of those talks, which was that these are extant practices and not something that people need to recreate. I know you had a lot of other thoughts on this, Ryan.
Yeah, sure. Throw me under the bus here. While you were attending the Pop Magic Language and Reality Hacks, I was passing back and forth between a workshop on Persian magic and then attending Dr. Sasha Kaitau's Modern Greek Goetia, Syncretism, Integration, and Evolution, which I found to be among the most enlightening of talks, especially as it relates to traditional and folk magic practices. It was also a largely like social and political project that she seemed to be engaged in that is the body of her work. So much of ancient magic as it exists to us, if it doesn't come from a reconstructivist, well, there's two branches of reconstructivism. There's the magical reconstruction that we get from the Golden Dawn and all variants of the Golden Dawn afterwards through Thelema and other modern magical practices. And then you have reconstructionist organizations that are attempting to recreate traditional pagan religious practices, which some can be quite good when they're grounded in scholarship. Some can be rather essentialist when it comes to an understanding of ethnic purity. There's a lot of gatekeeping, let's say, involved in these practices. But Sasha's talk here was very specifically about that vernacular plurality and practices persist. And this concept of Goetia, of Greek practical magic, carries over into modernity, that this magic never died, that it's living, it's not underground, and it is not in need of reconstruction. That when we look at the different branches, or at least approaches that we understand magic in the ancient Greek world as theurgy and Goetia, we have that theurgy that persists in the liturgy and practices of the Orthodox Church. If you would like to see, and she's got a lovely article on this about how to pronounce the voces magicae. She's got a lot, very strong opinions about this that I really respect and appreciate. So everybody should go read this, because there is a lot of bullshit on the internet floating around about how to interpret these and say these things that is really grounded in some terrible scholarship. And the third, that this concept of Goetia, ietes, which is a kind of like medieval neutral term for magic, ietes, which is derived from Goetia, is something that carries on in terms of folk magic. There's no such thing also as Greek Byzantine occultism, which might be a shock to some people, but instead that, again, the magical currents exist in the liturgy of the Orthodox Church, and then in this continuation of folk practices in contemporary ietes. And she gave the example of her mother-in-law and her daughter talking about these individual practices. But what's interesting, and a lot of this was also talking about the cosmology of the Orthodox Church, specifically talking about the pseudo-Dionysus and the formulation of the church. So the ietes is a kind of like form of folk vernacular that has persisted in village practices. The point is that it exists within community, and this is something that was also a theme that existed throughout the conference. This tension between community practice and magic and individualism, and I think that this really came out in the last discussion we had. I think it's also something that's central to most political problematics that we're dealing about. This is bridging the individual and the communal in this magical practice of creating realities.
We will return to discuss the cultural and political role of contemporary occultism in 2025 after this ad break. I think one big question, and we kind of discussed this a bit today, and some of the talks prompted this today on the last day in which we're recording this. Why do people practice magic in 2025? What is the purpose of all of this stuff besides the cool aesthetics, which might just actually be one of the main reasons why, right? But why do this, right? The ability to actually make art is pretty democratized. Culture is a globalized thing that we can affect on the internet. It's music, film, art, drawing, painting, politics, philosophy. Everyone's a sort of intellectual now. Everyone has ability to enter into intellectual exchange. You can be self-educated. It's never been easier to be an autodidact. Why do occultism now? And this goes into this question that someone asked at one of the very last panels is what's the difference between a scholar and a practitioner? And I asked a question about what's the use of solitary practice, practicing magic as a personal religious or spiritual process, or as a way to gain power in the world, versus using occult thought to shape culture, doing the occulture process, right? Which is this whole conference is, ostensibly named after. And I think specifically talking about these older forms of magic, why are these important for occultists, modern practicing occultists, which this conference is attended by? Why are these useful to them beyond, an anthropology or academic sense? And I realize that is a big question, but I mean, we ourselves attended a number of rituals this weekend. We went to an Abraxas ritual, which was sort of limited by the confines of the conference setting. But I mean, a lot of these rituals were about trying to induce some kind of trance or meditative state in which, images or thoughts would come into your head, and images and thoughts or feelings that you ordinarily, wouldn't feel in day-to-day modern busy life, right? And this is a form of why people do these practices. But I guess we can, I don't know, but based on the panels or talks we've attended, go around and discuss, why this is a thing that is worthwhile to these people, but also the sort of tensions that we're feeling at an event like this.
I mean, the question, why do people get into occultism, is I think there are as many answers as practitioners themselves, really. Because, I mean, partly it can be a cultural tradition, and you have a communal or societal lineage that's just part of the culture. Others who are more, I suppose, more secular are looking for an escape from mundane secular society. Others, like you said, want power. I mean, if I have to speak for myself, I always find that I come back to the phrase, it's about creating relationships with the world. And, there's an essence of enchantment to it, but it's also being able to recognize occult movements, or the secret, sure, the secret elements that make up reality, or the vibe, the vibes of a place can be something you connect with, and you can kind of give some cultural shape to, I believe, the genus loci, or anything that's very, I mean, it is a very vague thing to ascribe to, right? But it is about, again, creating relationships with the things inside the world itself.
I mean, my definition of magic, which I've used for the past few years, is that magic is the manipulation of meaning. Mm-hmm. And that can be internally for you, trying to create associations, create meaning between yourself, other people, the things you interact with. But it can also be this a cultural form that you're creating meaningful correlations for a cultural capacity.
Yes.
Or as a way to affect culture. And I think probably the best talk that I attended this whole conference was by Tom Banger, who is a former member of the Temple of Psychic Youth.
The North American Temple of Psychic Youth specifically.
But he gave a talk about how he is dying of brain cancer, and the various rituals he's using throughout this process to feel like he's gaining some agency or control over his thoughts in this matter. He's not rejecting the reality as it is increasingly evident in his life, but he can control how he frames it. And he specifically likened magic to the bargaining state of grief. That magic is a bargaining with the world, and that can change your feelings and associations with the things that you experience, even if the certain end results might be generally going in a direction that you have a limited ability to influence. And this is a guy who's historically been affiliated with some of the original occultural projects, right, of shaping what counterculture is, what we think of as counterculture. This is a person who's been heavily involved with how counterculture, as we currently understand it, has existed since the 80s. And now he has a very personal, magical outlook based on the, as he said in the title of his talk, the proximity of Thanatos, the god of death.
So, Garrett, to answer your initial question, this is something that I have been thinking about a lot too, and engaged with this question every time I attend one of these conferences. And I think, just again, training, I can't help it, but in Max Weber's Science as a Vocation is where he lays out the thesis about the disenchantment of the world. Mm-hmm. And we can think of this disenchantment as a fundamental alteration of the very human experience of time, of bodies and space, of the experience of place, and of the connection that exists between people. And one of the things that the best of magical practices does, and being in magical community, is to give you a conception of time that is other than one that is based in productive capacity. You hear magical people who go to these conferences talk about, now I have to go back to my ordinary life. And their ordinary life, they will tell you, is their 9-to-5 job, or the push to go to school, or some sort of productive capacity. So this is a moment of unbounded time where they get to experience something as fundamentally different. We also attended several workshops on one on whirling magic by an Egyptian woman who used to live in Berlin, who is, in fact, formally trained in dance and body movement and is an athlete, and explained Sufi principles to us, but taught us really the basics of body movement and how twirling can be used as a meditative practice. We got into a room, she taught us the basics of certain kind of spotting foot movements, but the point was that it was a very embodied movement that made us experience body and time and place and relationship to other people in a fundamentally different way than we would have otherwise. And it seems that the majority of people, especially based on the side conversations I had with attendees, I have to say probably 8 of 10 of them, as I talked to, would bring up this concept of, I want to live in an enchanted world. And I think the project of magic is to re-enchant the world. And there's a certain romanticism with that I'm sympathetic to, but I think that we need to think about this in more of a radical way. And I think that that's the desire that people have, is an experience of time other than we have. Mm-hmm. You talked about magic as, your definition of magic as the creation of meaning. Manipulation of meaning. But part of this is the magic, or the conceptions, or whether you think of this as an embodied practice or just purely metaphysical or transcendental, is that it affords the individual the opportunity to feel like they're contributing to the creation of meaning. So there's a certain amount of empowerment. I'm hesitant to take this down the kind of live, laugh, love affirmations path, because we could do that very simply, that this is just the spooky version of that, mindfulness and these kinds of things.
And for the New Age element, that certainly is a major through line across portions of this community. Maybe not as much for this conference, but for other esoteric or woo-woo conferences, absolutely, that's a major aspect. Yeah.
And I mean, towards the end of the conference, another thing that really highlights at least my argument that it is about time and body and space and place and connection and experiencing these things in fundamentally different ways than our daily life. There was also a conflict then between individual practice and what it is that we collectively do when we think of magic as a process, as either chaos magicians or culture jammers, or, thinking of this in kind of the Temple of Psychic Youth approach to magic as putting things out, whether those are products or those are art or those are performances or those are words, or that's Burroughs standing in front of a cafe getting it closed, which it effectively did close. is that there's a desire for people to exist in community and have connection in community with others. And you do that through conceptions of time and body and space and place and connection. So this is really how I understand the desires and the practices that people engage in when they come to these conferences. And you can see it in the way that they kind of like close, the elation that they have and what they have accomplished and they have done. And you can see that there's been a process of meaning that has been created through their various experiences. So, I mean, that would be my brief summary.
I really enjoyed one of the last talks that was specifically about Occulture because I thought it really hit on some of this. It was mostly talking about the way that the occult has influenced art and art has influenced the occult, how artists end up using the metaphysical, whether they are trying to do depictions that they can communicate to others of metaphysical concepts and ideas or connections or contacts that they make. And one of the speaker's examples was of Gustav Klimt, or whether or not they are making discourses on esotericism and trying to convey occult concepts and ideas and explore them through visual mediums. And so, like Alan Moore's Promethea or The Invisibles by Grant Morrison. And I think he really got into a little bit of the tension there because of an artist as a seeker. And I think this also dives into a lot of the people who are at magical conferences is whether you're there as a seeker, which, what are your needs? What are your desires? What is that? But then as a dweller, are you creating as part of a community? And everyone who came to this entire conference wanted to create as part of a community or wanted to be part of a tradition or feel like they were part of a continuous thread that is both creating and inventing and understanding the world in different ways and able to communicate that to others who are also trying to understand and communicate new information and new ideas or existing ones even, but just that continuous thread of both creation and disseminating information back and forth. And I think with Magick as well, a lot of people might get into it for a personal reason, but I do think by the time you're coming to esoteric conferences with people who are professors in ancient history giving lectures on specific things, you're not necessarily just at the level of being a personal seeker anymore because you are trying to find community. If you were just interested in personal seeking, you'd meditate in your bedroom. But you're trying to find a larger thread and a way of influencing the world around you and also letting the world around you build those relationships and influence you. And you are trying to take in information to synthesize into something that is more than just an idea you have, but something that you can continue to communicate and use that to continue the conversation with the world, with other occultists, with other, in this case, historians and academics as well, and bring those threads together and create something new out of it.
What new thing are they creating? What do you mean by that?
I think it gets into the idea of a culture that was both, one of the beginning talks of changing reality, but also at the end when they're really going into
a lot of this stuff isn't about new things though, or generating new things. It's about trying to quote unquote like keep the old things alive or like regress back into these into what they perceive as these older practices, which may be somewhat manufactured older practices. In which case, it is a new thing, but under this this mask of like ancient knowledge. There is certainly people who do want to generate this new thing. I think there is a lot of people that are interested more in this. I don't know who's the larger group, but I think there is at least another group of people who is interested in this the amount of times I heard people talk about, trying to keep the flame alive, and talk about these old traditions that they're participating in simply to keep them going. I'm not criticizing that necessarily, but that is also another aspect of it, which I think has a very limited, I think some of these people have very limited goals in actually influencing culture and frankly kind of want some of this stuff to remain hidden, in that they view that as a more original or stable version of magic, and are even frustrated by this capitalist commodification of occultism, and how that's I think the word was like the banalization of magic, as you think about how much of our pop culture is influenced by esoteric concepts or imagery, from Lord of the Rings to people mentioned today, the Addams Family, Harry Potter, video games like The Witcher, Assassin's Creed, even stuff like Twin Peaks. I mean, other stuff like The X-Files, Doctor Strange, Doctor Fate. Comic books have a heavily occultic influence, and some attendees verbalized a kind of frustration at that.
True, but a humongous portion of every evening was movies and music and rituals and performances that people are also doing based on this. And they are trying to integrate these concepts in and then perform them there to show their inspiration, to show it as to stir conversation, to trigger some either sense of the sublime or communicate some sort of concept or emotion or feeling that they've gotten out of this to other people, whether it was through music or through the incredible art that there was in all of the galleries, through performances, through filmmaking. So the creation aspect of it was very, very tied to the entire event.
Yeah, certainly. I think one of the biggest manifestations of this thing that you're talking about, like, is in music. Could throw a stone and be hard not to hit an occult musician in my life, I guess.
I'm guilty of this. Yes, I know.
The occult filmmaker even does have some like contemporary auteurs, I guess, if you consider like Robert Edgars or people who are influenced by esoterica, who are making big budget Hollywood or A24 style popular films. Certainly in music. I mean, that was like the main performance outlet in this conference was the theatrical musical performances. There was very, very few attendees of the film screenings upstairs, I'm afraid.
Perhaps to respond to this too, I think it's important that we actually look at the kind of composition of conference goers themselves. Naturally, there's going to be solitary practitioners that, come in, or dabblers, or people who just, like spooky things, or musicians, these things. But we also have, those who are part of living traditions of magic, whether those are reconstructed and authentic or not, in the OTO or in, the Golden Dawn or other kind of orders. There's reconstructionists that are actively attempting again to keep that flame alive, or to go back and to reconstruct. And then you have these chaos magicians.
These goddamn
chaos magicians, which, like, this is a theme in the conversation that Lain and I have been having this entire time, because they explain to like some aspect of chaos magic, or I tend to panel, and my response, and again, I understand my complete bias here, is I just like, well, that's fine. Why don't you just do ancient magic? We do the same thing. Why don't you just do ancient magic? It's the same thing. And I think that that's actually one of the difficulties here, is that there is a kind of, magical grammar to older practices. It is like, if you look at the PGM, it is this cosmopolitan practice and melding of like multiple things together that works. But the argument that, to go back to my favorite talk, or one of my favorite talks on the modern Goetia, is that if you want that continuity of that actual practice, it's a closed one. You have to be in Orthodox, the Orthodox Greek Church, and have a yaya who's going to like teach you these things and, speak the language. And so that's closed. Or be a member of a voodoo house, but that requires initiation and like cross-cultural contact and like engagement and a high level of like language skill and ability and money, for that matter.
Yes.
And most people don't have those kinds of things. So those damn chaos magicians, I find, are the ones who are actively engaged in the process of the creation of the new, and I think are probably more close to the heart of this concept of occulture, because they engage with it in a way that is, interestingly, very anthropological. Or at least the best of them are dealing with it in a way that is very anthropological, and I have some sympathies there. And then there's some other ones that I just don't quite understand, but that's a story for another time. The talk that you were referring to, there was two talks at the end that were particularly of worth. A lot of them were, all of the ones at the end were of worth, but Francesco Pirano's, the Occulture, the Material Cartography of Contemporary Spirituality and the Arts, where he talks about the two different approaches to studying occulture. And he talks about the values and limitations of both, and you need to, add a mixture of them both. But basically, there's the sociological aspect and the media studies aspect, which is the more academic of the two, which involves basically what he argued a secularization of the occult. And this really accounts for the diffusion of like occult symbols and practices into music, into culture. The Addams Family is the example of that. And then the second strain is then religious studies. So the religious injection, into art of these sacred or religious or transcendently magical spiritual principles. He went over some limitations. That was particularly good, but he breaks this down into basically 5 areas where you have the conception of art, high and low, mediatization versus mediation of art. He gives the example, this is where the Morrison comes in, but he gives the example of the mediatization as Somerset Maugham's The Magician, based on Crowley. But again, this diffusion of the figure of the magician, completely separated from like any actual magical practice, but just like the figure, the aesthetics, the things that blend into the secular culture. And this example of mediation, this messianic approach, as he described it, Grant Morrison's comics, as a gateway into reality. But this also, I think, that carries on to your question that you asked towards the end about Twin Peaks, The Return very specifically. You also have then the metaphysical ontology versus the performative ontology, which Lain talked about, the intention of the author, the perception of the audience, and then the artist as seeker and the artist as dweller, which is also what you talked about too. This difference between the ego versus tradition or orthodoxy, the artist who really inhabits that tradition, which again made me think about the difficulties of doing kind of religious anthropology. And I think of the example of a very famous book called Mama Lola, by Karen McCarthy Brown, which is an ethnology looking at voodoo practice in a very specific house in New York during a time period. Karen lived with Mama Lola for a long time, but really importantly, eventually, Karen became a member of this voodoo house. I think I can say that. I don't think I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but
if it's in the book.
No, it's not in the book.
Oh, okay.
She represents a very interesting approach to that, like anthropologist going native. But this was the question that was asked towards the end of like this difference between the academic observer of these things versus the practitioner. And I think that really gets to the heart of what it is that chaos magic does and the occultural practice. That is that you are producing culture, and you're very specifically producing this magical occult culture. So it's a synthetic movement between these kind of like two poles of the secular and of the sacred, of the magical.
Kind of like, I guess, probably just close up my notes here, and specifically the stuff on Twin Peaks: The Return. One of the last talks was by Jeff Howard. Next stop, Universe B, the negatively existent ones and Universe B in contemporary culture, which was discussing sort of like, mirror world, underworld concept, not in like the Greek sense, but in the occultism of the British occultist Kenneth Grant. And this would probably be most recognizable to people as the Black Lodge in Twin Peaks is, I think, one of the better depictions of this sort of concept. It is a somewhat limited version, but I think it gets at the kind of heart of the concept in a way. And he gave this talk where he was explaining the risks and the great power that you can personally achieve through contacting these negatively existent ones, or like accessing the magical potential of this sort of like mirror negative universe to our own, and talked about a little bit of Derrida and various other stuff, but from the perspective mainly as a practitioner of like the danger and the benefits of doing this sort of magic, as written by Kenneth Grant. Jeff Howard did discuss Twin Peaks and the use of Kenneth Grant's concepts specifically in Twin Peaks: The Return, and I asked him in the panel afterwards, like how can you like balance these two forms of working with occultism, or like what is the difference in these two forms of working with occultism? You have on one hand this practitioner aspect where you're using it to like gain power or induce like limit experiences, like induce religious or transcendental experiences that change your own perception of like sensory reality, versus the way that Mark Frost utilized Kenneth Grant's magical world in writing and co-creating Twin Peaks: The Return, which I can argue is a much more effective use of magic and exposes millions of people to Kenneth Grant's concepts, people who are never going to read books by a relatively niche British occultist, which are actually very, very hard to find now. And both, going into the Mauve Zone and accessing the non-existent being and beings which don't have existent properties versus phenomenons which are existent but lack any, core sense of being. And how Mark Frost, not sure if he would consider himself a magician, but certainly has an interest in magic and the occult more so than Lynch does. Lynch's stuff is more bastardized Hinduism. But Frost's use of these concepts, I think, constitutes an effective contemporary version of magical practice, just as valid as chanting and meditating and closing your eyes, and in some ways I would argue even more effective, because Twin Peaks: The Return has existed as both like an evocative force, a force that can invoke certain concepts or philosophies, quote unquote entities, if you will, as well as a tool of divination, as Twin Peaks: The Return forecasts American decline and the nostalgic loop that our culture is stuck in, which is just eating itself. And all of those things are major aspects of what that show is doing. And it uses Kenneth Grant's concepts to get there. And I think that is an occultural project, though. That's not a solitary magical practice where you're just meditating alone to try to induce some sort of vision. It is cultural. It's influenced culture. It is probably one of the most well-regarded artistic feats of the 21st century. That's a longer version of the question I gave. And the guy did give kind of an answer, which was basically just about you should like balance these two things. You should try to do both. You should try to engage as a solitary practitioner for whatever goals you may have, but it would be a mistake to not try to use this in some sort of like a cultural capacity to like influence culture. But it's still that operates on like this. I guess what I was trying to get at is like this similar to the scholar and the practitioner as a false dichotomy. I think this is the same thing as this a cultural version of what Frost is doing, as opposed to an actual practitioner. I think what Frost's doing is using, it's kind of in a chaos magic sense, though not for, I guess, chaotic means, but he's using the contemporary tools of filmmaking and of writing to affect and induce change into the world. That is a more powerful form of magic, because luckily that was distributed by Paramount and Showtime, which certainly helped in the same way Fox News is useful or effective as a magical generator because of the reach that they have. But I think Frost is just as effective as a magician, if not more so, than I would say any of the people attending this conference.
The other element, I think, of that, the talk that Jeff Howard provided there too, I think that, again, I agree with you, Gare, but he also at length talked about Andrew Chumley and specifically the rites of the amethystine light in the Azoatia, page 347, where he reviews a bunch of like non-nouns and things that are there. And Chumley himself is, responsible, the founder of the Cult of Sabati, and is, a contributor to the revival of what Trucks is traditional English witchcraft, which is not necessarily a solitary practice, but it is. In many cases, most of these English witches are pretty solitary. They talk. There are treatises that they write, and grimoires that are hard to get a hold of. I think they probably exist in PDFs. Make good choices about how you get your digital content. But I mean, again, that was the tension. He spent a lot of time talking about that individual ritual, which, you present Frost as somebody who is popularizing these ideas to a larger culture and making this understandable and providing them an opportunity to, not just meditate, but to think and engage with these concepts.
Because of his work, you can think about like the allegory of Agent Cooper and the ways that he fails and succeeds to navigate a strange and confusing world and affect change in the world and his relationship to women and saving women. And you can use that as like an actual, like you can refer to that as a concept, and that builds on some of the world building of Grant. But now it's a cultural dialogue that we can have about Agent Cooper and Laura Palmer, and how that, I think, can be a positive addition to culture by using occult elements.
Or you can buy an exceedingly expensive grimoire from a rare antiquarian bookseller that was published only in 2004, that there's a limited number, it's been passed on, or you can get that PDF online, but who has the time to actually read through this? There's these cultural contexts that don't make sense. There's these concepts that it refers to in a clear network that requires scholarship for you to even do that individualized practice. Mm-hmm. That's a big ask for most people to start to think magically in a popularized kind of way, and seems contrary then to this conception of occulture, which brings me to the last talk by Carl Abrahamson, the meeting with remarkable magicians, which really tied all of this together, tied all of these threads together in a really interesting way. His relationship with Genesis Peorage, with Kenneth Anger, with Anton LaVey, but that was as another interesting aspect of somebody who is doing practice and engaging in community and bringing people together. But ultimately, the question, Elaine, that you and I talked about at the end was, beyond, and it relates immediately to what Garrett was talking about here, beyond the personal practice in magic, what goals should a culture have, and how can it incorporate its actual goals and ideas into the larger society with the same success that the aesthetics that, have been incorporated into the culture? And I think one of the difficulties that you have there in this individuated practice is that when you look at a figure like Genesis Peorage, you can see that there's a very clear project. When you look, and this is going back to the Barosian element, right, is that there was a clear practice there. There was a clear kind of like a goal to change culture, whether that was just purely for the sake of change. I mean, it wasn't just kind of like the cult of action for the sake of action. There was some kind of personal, political, radical project that we can go back and enumerate, that they enumerated at the time, that was separate from, that wasn't said immediately in the same breath as and now we do this practice. They did the practice, they did the art. And I think that one of my response to that question is, I don't see an articulation of a political or social project that is tied to a culture in these practices. There's a lot of, and this is a very academic practice, a lot of people coming into a room and asking, what would it look like if? And to ask, what would it look like if, is not the same thing as, let's do a thing. Let's actually go out and evoke change, or this is the project, now let's create a plan and a movement. Instead, it is this like nominalization process of predetermining ends before we even get there based on theoretical assumptions. And I think that that's contrary to the very idea of magic as praxis. Magic is doing something in the world in these kinds of veins. So that's the thing that I would like to see, and I feel like that's something that was getting at the end, but that's the kind of thing that brings people together to think conceptually, to focus on an idea that we share and to discuss with one another.
On that note, for context, still am like part of a chaos magic group called the Domus Chaotica Marauder Underground, or DKMU, who very much is about that. It's like established in like the early 2000s, if I remember correctly. But it is very much about this core idea of the assault against reality, of, I guess, like remystifying the world, or like making weird shit happen through what they call the Elysian network, with Elis is like one of the goddesses of the DKMU. And it's very much like that sort of mix between magic, personal practice, community, and like a somewhat unified, but also decentralized, like occult war. Like there's a political statement to it at the end, which there needs to be more of, personally speaking.
Yeah, there was like some vague gesturing towards like politics beyond, the mention of, magic as a form of resistance in the opening, a little paragraph on the program that they handed out. But like there was specifically in the politics of tarot block, one of the talks about the history of the Emperor and the Hierophant card. The speaker referred to the United States as having an emperor crisis right now, but that was kind of it. The rest of the talk was purely historical. The talk before that was on queering the tarot, trying to free tarot from heteronormative readings, and discussed a few.
Dear.
And discussed a few artists.
Disgust is the right word.
Discussed a few artists who are attempting to do this, whether through abstracting the humanoid forms in the tarot or reflecting the tarot figures to be more representative of quote-unquote queer identities. That was kind of it in terms of the political aspect, which is, I guess, kind of lacking. As much as they want this to be a culture, they don't want this to be a political conference, it seems. And I think, if everyone, in their talk had to have some section on communism or anti-fascism or whatever, that probably would have been bad. And that's not what we're saying. But I mean, specifically, I think if they're naming this after Genesis Porridge, or using a term by Genesis Porridge, who had a very strong idea of why they were doing this work. And specifically, I was very frustrated in the way people talked about Genesis at the conference, who almost all of them misgendered Genesis and refused to discuss at length. Some of them may have mentioned it, but discussed Genesis Porridge as one of her core of occult practices was on androgenizing herself.
Androgyny project.
Androgyny and breaking and breaking gender, which they framed as an occult project. And yet, even people who she knew at the conference would only refer to them as a him throughout all the talks, including the last guy, Carl Abramson,
Who wrote a biography of her?
Yeah, and this is I do not think this was out of malice. I think this was just a linguistic blockage for some people who may not even been thinking about what they were doing, but it shows an actual disconnect from engaging with the real purpose of magic, or at least what I would argue that is, and what I would suppose Genesis's Pandrogyny project as a form of magic. But this kind of demonstrates the very limited political application for quote unquote resistance, since that's the term they're using, not me, which kind of underlines this whole conference. I mean, I think the Burroughs talk was probably the very first Burroughs talk, which we opened up the last episode with, is the most explicitly political one, talking about going against control, freedom in this anarchic or libertarian sense, or revolt against monotheism, I suppose.
One of my frustrations as well is the constant mention of the CCRU, which nobody ever went into depth on, but which for all its faults, and Nick Land being Nick Land, was very much a sort of radical cultural Marxist project, right? It's cybernetic Marxism mixed with Crowley and some Kant and whatever. But it is extremely frustrating to see that sort of refusal to engage with the political stuff of it, because even before Psychic Youth, there was Throbbing Gristle, Genesis's band that pioneered industrial music, who, I mean, this was a bit before punk music, but it very much played with the same sort of shock aesthetics that the early punks would wear swastikas, where Throbbing Gristle had the logo is very much a lightning bolt with black and red and white. Genesis
herself engaged in some of this stuff, not from a fascist perspective, but from a provocative perspective, which, I mean, you can certainly criticize Psychic TV and her for, as many people have, but
I mean, shock value is kind of overrated nowadays with internet edgelords. But I very much believe that occultism being this this collection of practices that have been very censored and punished by like the church and such things. And like I guess these systems of control where like I guess I take issue with like it's like fun and all and light and love and whatever, but the there's like a radical element to occultism and a radical possibility to use occultism to again, like the whole like cultural, like the idea between personal practice and cultural production, right? Like creating cultural artifacts and putting them out into the world, being very proactive with the shaping and the pushing of radical ideas and possibilities is a very potent thing to do. And the sort of, I guess, like liberalized or like neoliberal idea of like the personal practice and like, I'm changing my perceptions and all these things are fine, but it's more like self-soothing than it is about creating change into the world.
If you're not actually changing anything, are you doing magic?
Exactly. At least that would be my argument for coming from the chaos magic perspective.
This gets to another kind of trite and facile academic thematic that is present and prevalent for the past probably 20 years at this point, I feel like, at most philosophy and political science, political theory conferences, where the question is not just what would it look like if, but, to think otherwise. Mm-hmm. Think otherwise than we have. And usually it's this, how do we think other than we have, those kinds of things. And so again, magic, and as we've been talking about here, is meant to evoke change in the world, to cause change in the world in conformity with reality. If we're going to use, or, with will, if we're going to use the Crowley, definition here, which I think is fine, great.
I want a goth girlfriend.
Thankfully, you can talk to AI, but I'm worried that she might beat you.
That you'd kill her like all my old Tamagotchis.
But this is the issue that we are talking around, that the conference and Occulture has been talking around, and the political problematic that we're all dealing with right now is how the fuck do we evoke change in the world? How is it when systems of institutional representation within politics and power fail to represent the will of the people? How do the people make change?
And it feels like everything's been tried. I mean, this is where Fisher, who I would argue is at least an occultist, or is at least has some mystical aspect, if not was at some point an occultist, reached at the point of capitalist realism. Is like most things that we can think of, we actually have given a shot, including occultism. We have tried to do this, and yet here we are. The world's maybe not as bad as it has been, but it's not in a great spot. I think everyone listening to this would certainly understand that, and I think most people at the conference understood that. Mm-hmm. And I'm very skeptical of magic as certainly as an individual practice, as a way to cause larger political change. But even can there even, and this revolves back to the concept of a culture, like, can there even be an occult anymore? Because none of these magical things are very hidden anymore. They're all very accessible. They're all very visible. They're as hidden as queer flagging is, right? As an occultic ritual of hidden signs to communicate with other people in the know. Something that is now you could just look up on the internet, and I think occult practices and symbols have reached the same point. It's content. I mean, I like the Esoterica YouTube channel as much as as much as the next person. But I mean, are these things even occult anymore?
Well, that also speaks to the fundamental tension between this current at the conference and the other current at the conference, which was the much more traditional magical practices, or the folk magical practices, or what we would regulate. Like
extant magical practices.
Yeah, extant magical practices that weren't suppressed by Christianity but carried over. So you had a section on Kimbanda, you had a section on Palomayombe, you have the Roma magical school that is being founded in Romania, and you have the modern Goetia, the Aethis, right? Which we identified very clearly as a practice that continues to this very day. The context in which we understand that practice is not occultum, secret, it's just that it's the stuff that you grew up with. It's every day. And in that case, it's not transformative because it's just part of your daily existence. It's a kind of enchantment that by and large are kind of European Protestant Catholic defectors, whatever has brought you to the occult in the first place, don't experience as a community or community engagement. But those are also things that can get deeply conservative.
They are, but also the parts of those practices that do require initiation, that are not something that everyone's grandmother is doing, are also community-based and exist specifically in and for community. And, as occult projects that have influenced the world, the Haitian Revolution.
The good revolution that we should all be talking about, yes.
No, but these things do, the occult has bubbled to the surface in material ways very, very explicitly in some instances. And so I think there could be potential, but it does require being in community and being in service of community, even if it's not a practice that is being practiced by every single person around you.
To be an Ongun or a Mambo in Haitian voodoo is to serve the community. It's not simply just a matter of magical woo or something like that, or the personal accumulation of power in some sort of like individual magical sense. No, you're serving your community. That's what it is that you're doing. It's first and foremost a service position. On the Haitian Revolution, look, I understand this. Like the American standing the American Revolution makes you, I guess, a classical liberal or whatever it is that you fetishize that into. If you're opposed to the French Revolution, that makes you a classical conservative, right? If you stand the Haitian Revolution, I guess that makes you a radical. The myth, the legend, the discussion, this understanding is that the Haitian Revolution was sparked by the possession of the Loa, specifically Ezili Danton, who sacrificed a pig. There's depictions of this in Haitian art all over the place. This leads to slave uprisings, rebellions, revolution, well organized, fantastic. Yeah, magical practice in action.
And that wraps up our panel discussion on the 2025 Occulture Conference. Thanks again to Delta, Ryan, and Lain for joining me in this magical journey to Berlin. And now I will start the tedious process of transcribing all of the talks I recorded and writing my written report on the Occulture Conference, where I can go into a bit more depth into some of these topics and reach a personal conclusion on the role of occultism and its ability to infest, influence, or undermine culture versus culture's capacity of eating away at the occult. That report should be coming out before the end of the year. See you on the other side.
Tired of spills and stains on your sofa? Wash away your worries with Anabay. Anabay is the only machine washable sofa inside and out, where designer quality meets budget-friendly prices. That's right, sofas start at just $699. Enjoy a no-risk experience with pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and changeable slip covers made with performance fabric. Experience cloud-like comfort with high-resilience foam that's hypoallergenic and never needs fluffing. The sturdy steel frame ensures longevity, and the modular pieces can be rearranged anytime. Shop WashableSofas.com for up to 60% off site-wide, backed by a 30-day satisfaction guarantee. If you're not absolutely in love, send it back for a full refund. No return shipping or restocking fees. Every penny back. Upgrade now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change, and certain restrictions may apply.
Hey, this is U.S. Olympic gold medalist Tara Davis-Woodhull.
And I'm U.S. Paralympic gold medalist Hunter Woodhull.
As athletes, our lives are about having a clear path.
And a team that you can absolutely trust.
So when it came to getting the best mortgage,
we chose PennyMac.
PennyMac is proud to be the official mortgage provider of Team USA and you.
Learn more at pennymac.com. PennyMac Loan Services, LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID 35953. Licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act. Conditions and restrictions may apply.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
This week on Point Game with me, CJ Toledano, and Isaiah Thomas, it was our special live show, and IT let us know who he thinks would win if they did a 1v1 tournament during All-Star Weekend. Take a listen. Okay, so here's an event, I think, and it's been brought up a bunch that I think could fix All-Star Weekend, one-on-one tournament.
Yeah.
Who do you think is winning that tournament?
Kevin Durant.
Still, right now?
Yeah.
But what about like a smaller guard like yourself?
Yeah, nobody's fucking with me though. That's one thing the one-on-one shit, I do that. Yeah. You can ask anybody, any team I've been on after practice, come over and get this ass whooping if you want. Yeah, we're playing ones after every practice.
Well, do you have any legendary one-on-one
No,
battles
ask my teammates about the legendary one-on-ones. Don't ask me, they know.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code POINTGAME. New customers can bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you'll get $300 in bonus bets instantly with code POINTGAME. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-78-977-77 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 plus in most states. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets, which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
A warning. This episode includes violent content which some listeners might find disturbing.
I'm Michael Phillips, an historian and the author of A History of Racism in Dallas called White Metropolis, and the co-author, with longtime journalist Betsy Friauf, of A History of Eugenics in Texas called The Purifying Knife.
And I'm Stephen Monticelli, a journalist in Dallas who specializes covering political extremism and far-right internet culture for publications like The Texas Observer, The Barbed Wire, and others.
On December 7, 1982, the state of Texas made history in a particularly grim way. It became the first government anywhere in the world to put a prisoner to death by lethal injection. This innovation was meant to make the grisly business of executing murderers swift and humane.
More accurately, it was meant to convince the witnesses of executions, and by extension the general public, that what they were watching didn't violate the United States Constitution's Eighth Amendment ban on cruel and unusual punishment. In fact, lethal injection is based on junk science, and those who die that way may actually suffer more and over a longer time than prisoners who were executed by electric chairs 6 decades ago.
In many ways, lethal injection is a con game designed to hide from the public that their government is torturing prisoners to death. As University of Richmond law professor Corinna Lain, the author of recently published book, Secrets of the Killing State, The Untold Story of Lethal Injection, told us,
what I've come to conclude is that lethal injection only does one thing well. Only one. And that is, it hides what the death penalty is. It hides the violence of the death penalty, of what state killing actually is. And I remember reading, it's not in the book, I kind of wish I had put it in there, but I remember reading this phrase, the heart stops reluctantly.
Over the next 3 episodes of It Could Happen Here, we're going to examine the shady business of state killing. We'll share the twisted tale of the lethal injection and the unqualified people who designed the protocol. We'll talk about the untrained personnel who carry out the executions, and how pressure from drug companies who didn't want their product associated with death chambers have led prison officials in Texas and elsewhere to lie to those corporations or buy the drugs illegally.
We'll also talk about the pain the condemned suffer and speak with people who have accompanied those sentenced to death in their final moments. We'll speak to a priest, Jeff Hood, who as of this broadcast has been the last friend of 10 men as they died by state command.
It's incredibly strange to see someone hooked up to machines that look like they're there to support life, and yet you know that they're there to take his life.
We'll tell the story of one heroic Texas man, Ray Spouillon, who was blinded in one eye during a hate crime, but fought to stop the execution of his white supremacist attacker, who was enraged by the terrorist attacks of September 11th in 2001 and committed 2 Dallas area murders in a shooting spree.
Well, definitely this execution was not for the victims, because the victims and the victims' family members requested and also fought for clemency. We went ahead and requested the governor of Texas, the Board of Pardons and Paroles, that do not execute him in our names, show mercy. But looks like, we are not on the same page. The system wanted to move forward. So it was not in our names. It was basically just to uphold the verdict and to keep the system running, sending people to the executions without thinking how this execution is actually going to help the society, how it is going to help people.
Finally, we'll look at the future of the death penalty, which has become increasingly unpopular with the public, even as politicians continue to happily embrace it. But before we explore this dark and fascinating story, we'll hear a few messages from our sponsors, which I hope do not include producers of the chemicals used in the lethal injection.
The founders of the British colonies that became the United States brought with them the often sadistic traditions of capital punishment prevalent in 16th and 17th century Europe. There, royal executioners dispatched their victims by boiling them alive, burning them at the stake, tying them to horses that pulled them limb from limb, sawing them in half, and beheading them. Such elaborate executions were meant to underscore the absolute power of monarchs. As the political scientist Austin Sarat noted in his book, Gruesome Spectacles, Botched Executions and America's Death Penalty, quote, capital punishment was precisely about the right of the state to kill as it pleased. Live, but live by the grace of the sovereign. Live, but remember that your life belongs to the state.
However, even before the American Revolution, those living in the American colonies embraced less exotic forms of capital punishment. In 1608, authorities in Virginia hanged George Kendall, who was accused of being a spy for the Spanish Empire. That was the first execution in the British colonies in North America that later became part of the United States. Inspired by the Old Testament legal code, the 13 British colonies put prisoners to death for a variety of misdeeds, including stealing food or horses, killing a neighbor's dog or chickens, bestiality, blasphemy, idolatry, witchcraft, sodomy, adultery, statutory rape, perjury in a capital trial, insurrection, treason, manslaughter, and of course, murder.
Eager to distinguish themselves from decadent, cruel European monarchs, in 1789, the first Congress of the United States submitted to the states the Eighth Amendment to the United States Constitution, which banned, quote, cruel and unusual punishments. The required number of states ratified the amendment in 1791. From colonial times until the first use of the electric chair in New York in 1890, condemned prisoners in the United States usually died at the end of a hangman's rope. More than half of the estimated 16,000 executions in all of U.S. history have been by hanging. Hanging was seen as a huge civilizational leap over, for instance, skinning prisoners alive.
As products of the Enlightenment era, early American leaders like Thomas Jefferson campaigned to make sure that the punishments fit the crimes, and that no one was executed for relatively minor offenses. Beginning with Pennsylvania in 1794, Several states such as Vermont, Maryland, and New Hampshire sharply reduced the number of crimes that could result in the death penalty. Perhaps not surprisingly, the South went in the opposite direction.
There, the white population lived in fear of the enslaved African Americans they bought, sold, raped, whipped, and relentlessly forced to work without pay. Whites reported laying sleepless at night, imagining what might happen if they faced justice for their crimes. They wanted the African Americans they so abused to fear the consequences of any form of resistance.
After repeated failed rebellions from 1704 to 1831, as well as the Haitian Revolution, which saw the death of many, if not all, slave owners in Haiti, legislators in the South greatly expanded the range of offenses for which enslaved African Americans and their suspected white allies could be executed. Enlightenment ideas were not extended to African Americans who were subjected to fatal tortures, as excruciating as any experienced by accused heretics during the Inquisition in Europe. Enslaved men and women accused of rebellion or of trying to escape their captivity faced dismemberment or being burned with hot irons. This legacy of violence in the South contributed to the region's long-term love affair with capital punishment.
However, even hangings, promoted as a kindlier way to kill, became a horror show. In Europe, executioners were trained professionals who quickly gained a lot of experience. In the United States, such killings were done by local officials, often sheriffs who might have little or no experience. At the gallows, executioners had to do some complicated math in order to do their jobs correctly. They had to calculate the weight of the victim in ratio to the length of the rope and the likely speed at which the condemned prisoner would drop through the trapdoor at the bottom of the gallows. If the executioner calculated correctly, the prisoner's neck would break at the end of the fall, theoretically killing the unfortunate victim instantly. Hanging was supposed to be clean and efficient, like the hanging carried out by the U.S. Army at the beginning of the movie The Dirty Dozen.
Well, Major, what did you think of the hanging?
Looked very efficient.
Authorities told themselves that hanging, when carried out appropriately and properly, was painless. That thesis, however, was obviously impossible to prove. For decades, hangings were public, and a set of religious rituals revolved and evolved around these events. With notable exceptions, before the noose was placed around their necks, the condemned told the sad tale of what led them to such a terrible fate. They repented their terrible crimes and begged God and society for forgiveness. The idea was that the death penalty would teach the masses that crime doesn't pay. Reality, however, often strayed from this script.
Pretty early on, the leaders of the American Republic realized that the death penalty was actually morally corrupting, though most of them continued to support it. Benjamin Rush, who signed the Declaration of Independence, decried what he called the death penalty's, quote, brutalizing effect. Rush became one of the earliest voices for abolition of capital punishment. He argued that state violence made ordinary citizens more violent.
And there's reason to believe that's true. Consider the crowds that often watched hangings and got drunk, and sometimes fights broke out as witnesses battled over the best view of the gallows. Postcards and mementos were made of famous lynchings in places like Dallas, Texas. And fights sometimes resulted in injury or death. Some in the crowds would spend their time at hangings not learning somber moral lessons, but in fact picking the pockets of other witnesses caught up in the drama unfolding on the gallows. And executions were often followed by hours of looting, arson, assaults, and other mayhem, as the public would engage in rioting, not unlike modern cities when they celebrate a home team's win at the World Series.
These unruly mobs unnerved the upper class. And starting with Rhode Island in 1833, states began to move hangings inside prison walls away from the public view. By 1845, public executions had been banned in all of New England. This upset death penalty abolitionists, who hoped that the routine horrors that unfolded during executions might lead to the end of capital punishment. Thus began the process where state governments increasingly killed people in the name of the public in a process shrouded in secrecy.
Meanwhile, it's no secret that we have to pay our bills, so we'll be back after a few words from our sponsors.
In 1899, in Sampson County, North Carolina, A local hothead named Art Kinsalls got into a heated exchange with a neighbor, John C. Herring, at a country store. During the fight, Kinsalls grabbed a butcher knife and repeatedly stabbed Herring, killing him. A few days later, he was arrested for the murder, but he escaped, and he was on the loose for 9 months. After a gunfight with a sheriff's posse, he was captured, put on trial, found guilty, and sentenced to die by hanging. There, the story got messy. We'll repeat. What we're about to say may be upsetting to some listeners.
Kinsalls was not one to passively accept his fate. While awaiting his execution, he tried to take his own life twice, the first time with sleeping pills, and the second time by cutting his own throat. These attempts delayed the execution, but inevitably, Kinsalls faced his appointment with the hangmen on September 28, 1900. Local authorities used a stepladder as a gallows. Kinsalls did not fall from a sufficient height to break his neck, consequently, and the neck wound from his suicide attempt had not completely healed, so he was bleeding heavily as he dangled from the noose. A doctor told the sheriff and hundreds of other horrified spectators that Kinsalls was still alive.
Officers cut him down and hanged the unfortunate man a second time. This time he died. In an era in which executions took place all the time, Kinsalls' gory death cut through the fog and made national news. The Virginia Pilot called the scene revolting. During the history of hangings, hideous mistakes like this were common. Sometimes because of an executioner's miscalculations, prisoners' heads were yanked off. Sometimes ropes ripped apart, with the prisoner falling to the ground only to be hanged again. During many hangings, the condemned slowly strangled to death.
John Harris, a man hanged in Pennsylvania in 1913, actually screamed as he suffocated, prompting a headline in one newspaper, quote, "Prisoner tortured through bungling at an execution." According to an estimate made in 1993 by a legal team representing a client who was facing death by hanging in Washington state, between the years 1622 and 1993, authorities bungled 170 of about 8,000 legally authorized hangings, resulting in prolonged suffering for the prisoners in more than 2% of the death sentences carried out by this technique.
The growing middle class and upper class in the United States became squeamish about hanging. As one writer put it, bourgeois audiences might tolerate the ghastliness of death itself, but not incompetence and mismanagement. By the early 1880s, the New York Times had begun publishing lengthy, detailed, and graphic accounts of hangings gone wrong. In 1885, in response to the mounting public concerns, New York Governor David Bennett Hill declared, "The present mode of executing criminals by hanging has come down to us from the Dark Ages. It may well be questioned whether the science of the present day cannot provide a means of taking the life of those condemned to die in a less barbarous manner."
As the backlash against the extreme brutality of hanging grew among elites, the New York Medico-Legal Society first suggested research into whether prisoners could be possibly executed by lethal injection in the 1870s. But a different technology arose that delayed the advent of that protocol by more than a century.
Famously, Thomas Edison was a greedy man who took credit for the inventions of his underpaid lab assistants who toiled at his Menlo, New Jersey laboratory. Edison was also a genius at public relations, and he would come to dominate several industries. In the early 1870s, his team had developed a feasible incandescent light bulb that ran on the direct current, or DC system. As Edison himself described it,
"On October 21st, 1871, numerous experiments resulted in the production of a small unit lamp of comparatively enormous resistance. The filament being under conditions of great stability. After the result, I knew the problem approached commercial solution."
In 1879, Edison submitted his patent for an electric lamp. In 1880, the Edison Illuminating Company opened for business and soon provided lights for New York and other cities. In the early days of the electric industry, fatal accidents sometimes happened because of the new technology. In 1881, George Lemuel Smith, an intoxicated Buffalo bricklayer, stumbled into an unlocked electric plant and accidentally fried himself by touching a generator.
An autopsy led some doctors to conclude that Smith died quickly and painlessly. Many in the medical profession responded to Smith's untimely death by suggesting that perhaps electric power could provide a more reliable and less grotesque way to rid society of convicted murderers and rapists.
Enter a Buffalo dentist, Alfred Porter Southwick, and Dr. George Fell of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, who both experimented with killing stray cats and dogs with electric current. The early results were often horrifying, with the animals sometimes burning alive. Nevertheless, the two published an article that described electrocution as the, quote, safest and kindest method of killing.
In 1886, New York State formed a commission to study if prisoners could humanely be put to death in a similar way. The so-called Jury Commission falsely claimed that electrocuted animals tortured in a series of experiments died, supposedly, rapidly and efficiently. Thomas Edison would soon see a business opportunity in state killing.
At the time, Edison was locked in a so-called current war with another robber baron business tycoon, George Westinghouse. Westinghouse's labs had developed a system that ran on alternating current, or AC, a system that was more efficient, more popular, and less prone to breakdown. Edison's DC system had already caused fatal electrocutions, but the so-called Wizard of Menlo Park wanted to prove that the much safer Westinghouse system was, in fact, dangerous. Edison had his engineers electrocute animals using the AC current in front of reporters to terrify the public about the system. His most sinister ploy, however, was conspiring with the state of New York to hook up its first electric chair, invented by the aforementioned Buffalo dentist and engineer, Alfred Southwick. And Edison connected that chair to an AC power system.
The first man to face this new invention was William Kemmler, who was convicted of murdering his girlfriend with a hatchet during a drunken rage. The jury ordered him to die by electrocution. Edison saw an opportunity for Kemmler to die in agony as the first man killed in the electric chair in order to fatally damage Westinghouse's reputation and that of the AC current. Desperate to prevent his product from being associated with something so ghastly, Westinghouse prohibited the sale of his AC generators to New York State out of fear that they would be used to execute Kemmler. But Edison sent his men to find secondhand Westinghouse equipment, which ended up in the hands of prison officials. Westinghouse then secretly hired an attorney for Kemmler, but the appeals failed. At 6:38 in the morning, August 6, 1890, Kemmler became an unwilling pioneer.
On the day of his execution, witnesses were impressed by Kemmler's calm demeanor as he wished everyone in the death chamber good luck. After strapping Kemmler into the electric chair, the executioner pulled a switch, and Kemmler's body convulsed and became rigid. An attending physician announced he was not dead. Kemmler started to drool, and a second jolt was ordered. Kemmler started burning alive, and this time white smoke rose in the air, filling the room with what witnesses described as a, quote, pungent and sickening odor.
Afterward, Westinghouse said of Kemmler's agonizing death, they would have done better with an axe. The mayhem didn't matter, and Edison's plot failed. New York officials considered the electrocution a success and stuck with the method for decades to come. 26 other states adopted the electric chair as a method of execution. Kemmler's death would be the first of many so-called botched executions over the next century. As Austin Sarat wrote in Gruesome Spectacles, 80 of the executions gone awry in the next century involved the electric chair, with the failures involving, as he wrote, mechanical breakdowns, others resulting in fire, smoke, the smell of burning flesh, and a prolonged period from the start to the completion.
Sometimes the executed person's eyes popped out during electrocution. After death, the bodies of those electrocuted remained so hot that prison guards often got blisters if they touched the body too soon. In 1923, a man named F.G. Bullen would be one of 4 executed in Arkansas on the same day. Prison officials actually placed him in a casket, thinking he was dead, when a guard noticed he was still breathing. Bullen was then carried back to the chair and electrocuted a second time, this time successfully.
Before the start of the 20th century, critics knew that both hanging and the electric chair were exercises in barbarity. In the Lone Star State, Ferdinand Eugene Daniel, the editor of the Texas Medical Journal, was an advocate of eugenics. An opponent of capital punishment, he argued that castrating men from families with criminal histories would be a way to prevent criminals from being born in the first place. Castrating criminals was more humane, he said. than hanging or electrocuting their children when those offspring inevitably turned to a life of crime. Daniel accepted that executions would take place for the foreseeable future, so he wanted to make the death penalty a vehicle for medical research.
Instead of hanging or electrocuting prisoners, Daniel suggested in a 1906 issue of the Texas Medical Journal that the state should sedate them, and while unconscious, subject them to medical experiments. Quote, inject into him various disease germs, watch their progress, and when through with him, inject about 10 drops of prussic acid into the veins of his arms, and he will die a painless death, Daniel wrote. Dr. Joseph Mengele and other Nazi scientists would conduct similar experiments a little more than 3 decades later. But as Professor Lain explained to us, even before Dr. Daniel made his disturbing suggestion in the Texas Medical Journal, doctors knew that death by lethal injection would be a horrifying experience.
When states turned from hanging to the electric chair, this is back in 1890, there was actually a study, there was actually a report that recommended the electric chair, and that report actually considered death by drugs, a lethal injection. And in that report, they said, we considered and rejected this. And they had 2 reasons. One was anatomical difficulties.
Professor Lain noted that even in the 19th century, doctors knew that the criminal population had a higher tendency towards drug abuse and poor health. That would make it difficult to access a vein with a needle in order to deliver lethal chemicals. Also, even a century ago, doctors were queasy about involvement in executions that violated the Hippocratic Oath, which says, in part, I will do no harm or injustice to patients or, quote, administer a poison to anyone when asked to do so, nor will I suggest such a course. Professor Lain noted that a government commission studying lethal injection in the late 19th century prophetically said that not only would the medical conditions of prisoners be an issue, but so would the likely refusal of doctors to take part because of ethical concerns. This could mean that lethal injection would be carried out by amateurs.
So, these people have notoriously bad veins. They are elderly. They are of poor health. They are often former drug users. How did we know this in 1890 and didn't think about this in 1977? But that was one reason. The other reason was they said, we're not going to be able to do this without the medical profession. We're not going to be able to do it competently. And the sustained and strong opposition of the medical profession makes this not viable.
There were other, less popular alternatives to hanging in the electric chair in the 1900s. In 1924, Nevada became the first state to execute someone in a gas chamber. Again, the euthanasia of stray pets in animal shelters provided a model for human executions. And again, there were a lot of problems. Prisoners resisted breathing in the poisonous gas, and this natural resistance slowed their deaths. The big spaces in gas chambers often limited the effectiveness of the poison gas, and in the earliest such executions, the chambers themselves sometimes leaked, putting witnesses in danger.
As with the electric chair, death penalty advocates claimed that the modern technology had provided a guilt-free method for the government to kill people. The reality couldn't be farther from the truth. Dr. Richard Tradesman from Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine wrote, quote, the person is unquestionably experiencing pain and extreme anxiety. The sensation is similar to the pain felt by a person during a heart attack, where essentially the heart is being deprived of oxygen.
11 states, including California, eventually adopted death by poison gas as their preferred method of execution. But witnesses consistently reported the condemned seemed to die agonizing, struggling deaths in which they convulsed and retched and sometimes screamed. In 1960, California executed Carol Chessman, a convicted rapist who authored numerous acclaimed books while on death row. Before his execution, Chessman told reporters who would witness his death that he would nod his head if he was experiencing physical pain while he was gassed. Reporters said that Chessman indeed nodded his head multiple times as he choked in the poison fumes.
By the time of Chessman's death, the United States was less than a decade from the longest pause in executions in its history. Numerous judicial challenges to capital punishment based on numerous racial biases, police misconduct, and other issues, resulted in a de facto moratorium on executions by the mid-1960s. At issue was the obvious racism of the death penalty, including who was charged with capital crimes and who ended up the target of state killing. As Brian Stevenson, a New York University law professor and the founder and executive director of the Equal Justice Initiative, explained in 2007.
In the United States, we are struggling with capital punishment and its implementation. A short, quick legal history. In 1972, the United States Supreme Court struck down the death penalty after recognizing that it was being applied in an arbitrary manner. The court in 72 noted that 87% of the people executed for the crime of rape were black men convicted of raping white women. 100% of the people executed in the United States between 1930 and 1972 for the crime of rape were executed for offenses involving victims who were white, even though it was believed that women of color were 3 times as likely to be the victims of sexual assault.
That racism would play a major factor in the largest pause in executions in the history of the American death penalty. The NAACP's Legal Defense Fund and the ACLU filed challenges to the death penalty based on racial bias across the country, and these legal teams won numerous stays of execution. As Harvard law professor Cal Steiker observed in a YouTube video, a de facto ban of executions had taken place by the late 1960s.
The death penalty was in decline already in the 1960s in the United States, as it was in Europe, but the LDF's litigation campaign brought it to a complete halt. So from 1967 to 1972, in the 5 years prior to the decision in Furman versus Georgia, there were no executions in the United States.
3 death penalty cases, Furman versus Georgia, Jackson versus Georgia, and Branch versus Texas, reached the United States Supreme Court and were consolidated in 1972. All 3 defendants were African American, and Jackson and Branch were charged with raping white women. As previously noted, no white man had ever been executed for the rape of an African American woman or child in American history. In June 1972, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a 5-4 decision in Furman v. Georgia, ruling that defendants received the death penalty in such a fashion that capital punishment as then practiced was unconstitutional.
So that there didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it. To use the words that they used, it was wantonly and freakishly imposed. The immediate aftermath of Furman was dramatic. Everyone who had been sentenced to death, and there were some 600-ish people on death row at the time of the Furman litigation, all had their death penalties invalidated. So they were all sent to the general population. They had to be resentenced to a sentence other than death. Moreover, when the Supreme Court struck down the death penalty as it then existed, anyone whose death sentence was pending, that case had to be dropped because those statutes were no longer valid.
No executions took place for another 4 years. The Supreme Court had ruled executions were unconstitutional when the instructions juries were given in capital cases were too vague. This gave states like Texas a chance to rewrite their death penalty laws. By 1976, 35 states had adopted new statutes addressing the issues raised in Furman. On July 2, 1976, in its Gregg versus Georgia decision, the Supreme Court, by a 7-2 margin, upheld the death penalty in states like Texas, where the court found jury instructions were clear and specific. The death penalty was set to resume after a decade-long pause. It took a mere 199 days for state killing to resume. Utah executed a murderer, Gary Gilmore, by firing squad on January 17, 1977.
The extreme violence of Gilmore's execution, which inspired a 1979 Pulitzer Prize-winning journalism-based novel called The Executioner's Song, sparked a renewed debate over the brutality of capital punishment and whether it's compatible with modern society. Nevertheless, the state of Oklahoma charged ahead, but they faced a problem. As Professor Lain writes, the Oklahoma electric chair was falling apart and needed to be repaired, but by the 1970s, many legislators were put off by the brutality of that execution method and sought something more modern.
Meanwhile, a Dallas television reporter, Tony Garrett, filed suit to allow television cameras to film executions, and a federal district court granted a preliminary injunction in the reporter's favor. That injunction was later overturned, but politicians across the country were unnerved at the prospect of the public watching a man essentially burn alive in their names and what that could do to support for the death penalty.
It was at this time that a member of the Oklahoma legislature approached the medical community and asked them for help in designing a new protocol for death by lethal injection. Politicians thought prisoners could be put to sleep permanently, like veterinarians euthanizing animals. But doctors wanted nothing to do with killing people. That's when Oklahoma State Coroner Dr. J. Chapman stepped in. Referring to the physicians who refused to help, he said, quote, "To hell with them. Let's do this." Professor Lain explained what happened next.
I document in the book legislators talking about how, I don't know that the country's going to want to see this sort of violence. All we've got is the electric chair. All we've got is the gas chamber. People are going to be, queasy about this. And we need to find a different way. And unknown to many, or at least unappreciated, is the fact that a federal court had recognized at the time a First Amendment right to televise executions. Now, it wouldn't last, but nobody could have known that. And so one of the things I also found was state legislators talking about, gosh, we can't have an electrocution in someone's living room, right? The public is not going to go for this. And so they were looking for a different way. They talked about, what about a death by drugs? And they are asking the State Medical Association. They're asking their personal doctors. They're asking everybody they can find. No one wants to play, but they get to, and this is in Oklahoma, they get to the state medical examiner, Dr. J. Chapman. And he refers to himself as an expert in dead bodies, but not in how to get them that way.
In spite of his self-confessed ignorance, Chapman made up out of thin air a 3-drug protocol that would be used in executions across the country for the next 3 decades. Initially, he proposed a 2-drug protocol, but decided that if 2 drugs were deadly, 3 would be even more lethal. Chapman's cocktail included, in order, sodium thiopental, which was designed to kill like a barbiturate overdose, pancuronium bromide, which paralyzes the diaphragm in order to stop breathing, and potassium chloride, which was intended to cause a cardiac arrest.
Chapman admitted he did no research into these drugs or into how they interacted with each other, and neither did the state of Oklahoma when they adopted this procedure. Despite this, Chapman's method of execution would come to be used by every single state that had the death penalty. Lain described her shock when she came across interviews with Chapman, who seemed completely glib about what prisoners might experience under this execution method.
And I later came across an interview of him where they asked, how did you come up with the 3-drug protocol that every state used, every single state for 35, 40 years? And he said, I didn't do any research. I just thought about what might be useful, what you might need. You wanted 2 drugs so that if one didn't kill him, the other did. And then the interviewer said, well, why did you add a 3rd drug? And he said, why not? I didn't do any research. Why does it matter why I chose it? So he makes it up, and the state of Oklahoma adopts it basically in an afternoon. No expert testimony, no committee hearings, no review of the medical science, veterinary literature, nothing. And it takes hold, and all of the other states blindly follow it.
It's possible Chapman may not have cared, but if he had done any research, he would have found that the components of his 3-drug protocol worked at cross purposes. Anesthesiologists believe that the amount and speed at which the sodium thiopental is administered does not produce an anesthetic effect deep enough for the executed prisoner to be unaware of what's happening to them. Meanwhile, the sodium thiopental also slows down blood circulation so dramatically that it depresses the effectiveness of the potassium chloride, causing those receiving the drug to suffer a racing heart but not have a fatal heart attack. The combined effect in many cases is a slow suffocation that involves pulmonary edema, the technical term for fluid in the lungs. In essence, with lethal injection, states slowly drown the paralyzed who struggle but are unable to cry for help. When lethal injections have not gone according to plan, the execution sometimes lasts hours, the agonizing deaths hidden from the general public.
Some states have recently abandoned the 3-drug protocol, but not for humanitarian reasons. They've done so because of the difficulty of obtaining all of the drugs from pharmaceutical firms that have resisted participating in capital punishment. As of this year, 24 states provide for some form of lethal injection. And as previously mentioned, Texas launched the lethal injection era in 1982 with the execution of Charlie Brooks. In the next episode, we'll discuss that execution. We'll discuss why lethal injections peaked in the 90s, how states got around resistance from drug companies that manufactured the chemicals used in the injections, how the medical profession has worked together to thwart this particularly American machinery of death, and how this has all been a mixed blessing for the approximately 2,100 prisoners on death row. I'm Stephen Monticelli for It Could Happen Here.
And until next time, I'm Michael Phillips. Thanks for listening.
Sink into affordable luxury. Anabay is the only machine-washable sofa, inside and out. With stain-resistant slipcovers and a cloud-like frame duvet, everything goes right in the wash. Plus, the modular design lets you change the look of your space anytime. Visit WashableSofas.com to upgrade your home. Shop up to 60% off site-wide, with sofas starting at just $699 and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change, and certain restrictions may apply.
Hey, this is U.S. Olympic gold medalist Tara Davis-Woodhull.
And I'm U.S. Paralympic gold medalist Hunter Woodhull.
As athletes, our lives are about having a clear path.
And a team that you can absolutely trust.
So when it came to getting the best mortgage,
we chose PennyMac.
PennyMac is proud to be the official mortgage provider of Team USA and you.
Learn more at pennymac.com. PennyMac Loan Services, LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID 35953. Licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act. Conditions and restrictions may apply.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Flag football is exploding, and iFlag is leading the way. As the Guinness World Record holder, iFlag hosts premier flag football tournaments nationwide for boys, girls, high school girls, and adults. From first-time players to elite competitors, iFlag delivers top-level competition, unforgettable experiences, and a community built around the game. Ready to be part of it? Join the movement. Find your tournament and learn more at iflag.org. That's iflag.org.
A warning. This episode includes violent content, which some listeners might find disturbing.
I'm Michael Phillips, an historian and the author of A History of Racism in Dallas called White Metropolis, and the co-author with longtime journalist Betsy Friauf of A History of Eugenics in Texas called The Purifying Knife.
And I'm Stephen Monticelli. I'm an investigative reporter who specializes in political extremism and far-right internet culture, and I contribute to outlets like the Texas Observer, the Barbed Wire, and more.
In the last episode, we began exploring the shady history behind the most popular form of capital punishment in the United States, lethal injection. We described how, one after another, execution by hanging, then the electric chair, and then the gas chamber was touted as the cleanest, quickest, most modern and painless way to put a person to death. Each method, however, proved more violent and gruesome than previously expected. In order to prevent a groundswell of opposition to the death penalty, politicians responded by abolishing public executions in the 1970s latched on to lethal injection as the newest, gentlest, and kindest method of state killing.
As discussed in the first episode, the lethal injection protocol was designed by an Oklahoma coroner, Dr. Stephen Crawford, who once admitted to an interviewer that although he was an expert in dead bodies, he didn't know how to get them that way. Authorities turned to Crawford because doctors who dealt with living bodies wanted nothing to do with executions. So Crawford designed a 3-drug protocol for executions that he made up pretty much out of thin air, reasoning that if one deadly drug was good for killing, then 3 drugs would be even better. The problem was that the 3 drugs counteract each other and would result in longer executions and in deaths that resembled slow drowning.
Crawford did no homework, and neither did the more than 30 states that eventually adopted lethal injection as the preferred method of execution. This occurred after the Supreme Court brought the death penalty back to life with its 1976 Gregg versus Georgia decision, following a 10-year pause. It would not be until December 7, 1982, that the state of Texas carried out the first execution by lethal injection in the world. In this episode, we'll talk to a journalist, Dick Revis, who witnessed Brooks' execution.
The one thing I noticed was that there were a half dozen or more lawmen in there who had on cowboy hats. They did not remove them when Charlie was killed. And I also thought that wasn't quite right. But in any case, I don't recall anybody saying anything. We were silent while all of this was going on. And Charlie only spoke to say, Allahu Akbar, and he was dying when that happened. It was obvious that he was scared to death.
Revis told us that Brooks, as he recalled it, seemingly drifted off to sleep. But that's not all that may have been occurring. According to Professor Corinna Lain, the author of the recently published book, Secrets of the Killing State, who you heard from in the first episode, something very different was likely going on in Brooks' mind and body. According to Lain, Brooks was slowly suffocating. Medical experts, Lain said, believe that those executed with lethal injections are often not fully unconscious, and that the paralytic drugs fed into their veins prevent them from fully communicating their suffering, even as they may be aware of it.
The courts that have heard this medical testimony, there was a court in Ohio and said, yeah, all of the medical experts are describing acute pulmonary edema as a drowning from within. It is, you can't catch your breath, you've got fluid coming into your lungs, and you can't do anything about it. And the court said, this is the sensation akin to waterboarding. We're waterboarding people to death. That's what we're actually doing.
In this episode, we'll also talk about how the modern death penalty peaked in the 1990s and why pressure from drug manufacturers and activists led not only to a decline in executions, but the revival in some states of some very old forms of execution, such as the electric chair and the firing squad.
It's a fascinating but often frightening story, and one that we'll have to continue after perhaps less gripping messages from our sponsors.
Big changes came to the death penalty in Texas in 1923. Before then, hangings were carried out by sheriffs in the counties where the murders, rapes, and other crimes committed by the prisoner took place. Many of the sheriffs were inexperienced at hanging, and goring mishaps took place. Texas' last public execution unfolded on August 31st, 1923, when African-American Nathan Lee was hanged before 150 spectators in Brazoria County. From 1900 to 1920, close to 70% of the inmates executed in Texas were African-American.
In 1923, Texas sought to modernize and bring industrial efficiency to state killing. All executions henceforth would be carried out at the state prison in Huntsville, and prisoners would die in an electric chair. Locals gave it a glib name, Old Sparky. The state's new killing machine got a workout the day it debuted, February 8th, 1925. Texas executed 5 prisoners that day, all black men. Between that date and July 30th, 1964, when the state electrocuted Joseph Johnson, a man convicted of fatally shooting a store owner during a robbery, Texas sent 361 inmates to the electric chair. African Americans made up 63% of the prisoners who died in that chair, while 7% of those who died in the electric chair were Mexican American. Texas politicians insisted that their tough-on-crime policies served as a deterrent. But in fact, from 1933 to 1964, the year Joseph Johnson was executed, the murder rate in Texas was 12.7 per 100,000 people, the 8th highest in the United States. Nevertheless, Texas leaders have continued to justify the death penalty in spite of its seemingly negligible impact on the state's violent culture. And the violence of capital punishment was about performative toughness, not about stopping future murders, as a reporter who witnessed a hanging laments in the film In Cold Blood.
And then, next month, next year, same thing will happen again. Maybe this will help to stop it. Never have.
After Johnson, Texas didn't execute another inmate for 18 years. Following the Gregg versus Georgia decision, Texas faced a potential public relations disaster. As we mentioned last episode, Dallas television reporter Tony Garrett filed suit to allow television cameras to film executions, and a federal district court granted a preliminary injunction in the reporter's favor. That injunction was later overturned, but under the Texas Capitol dome, there was worry about what would happen to support for the death penalty if an electrocution was broadcast live. The legislator who wrote Texas' new death penalty law, the Gregg decision, said he was, quote, repulsed by the idea of an electrocution taking place in someone's living room. Lethal injection, as Professor Lain had put it, had visual appeal because it would resemble healthful medical procedures and because, quote, states have been euthanizing pets with pentobarbital since the 1930s.
Animals are typically put to sleep with a 2-drug protocol. First, a sedative, and then the drug that does the deed. But the 3-drug protocol that would be adopted by most states that allowed capital punishment produced nightmarish results that were typically invisible to witnesses. States typically allowed family members of the crime victim to attend executions, and the condemned also got to choose witnesses. In the early days of Texas's reborn death penalty, the state's populist Democratic Attorney General Jim Maddox liked to make a show of attending each execution. And though much of the death penalty process has been shrouded in secrecy, such as who is providing the lethal chemicals, states also allowed reporters to attend executions so that they could serve as the eyes and ears of the public.
In his younger days, Dick Revis was a civil rights activist who served time in an Alabama jail for his efforts to secure voting rights for African Americans. Revis became a journalist, and by the early 1980s, he was a frequent contributor to Texas Monthly, one of the state's premier investigative publications. In 1982, he got the chance to witness an event that had never happened in the United States or perhaps even the world. The Texas Department of Corrections would soon pioneer the use of lethal injection, although the first person to be put to death in this manner was still unclear.
I recall a meeting with an editor, and they said, somehow they told me that there's a lady at the Capitol or a lady in the government in Austin, which is where I was living then, who was in charge of scheduling the executions. So I called her up, and she said, well, she didn't have any of them scheduled, but she could give me the names of, it was either 4 or 5 people who would be first. And one of them was Candyman, the fellow who poisoned his own child, putting poison in some candy at Halloween.
Revis is referring to Ronald Clark O'Brien, a Houston area optician who fell into debt. He was $100,000 deep. So he bought a life insurance policy on his 8-year-old son and daughter before he prepared 5 pixie sticks poisoned with potassium cyanide. And on Halloween night in 1974, he went trick-or-treating with his children, a neighbor, and that man's 2 children. The group went to an abandoned house and knocked on the door, and when no one answered, O'Brien convinced the rest of the group to move on. He caught up with them later and claimed that someone had, in fact, answered the door, and then he handed out 4 of the poisoned candies to the children. When the O'Briens returned home, the killer handed the 5th pixie stick to a neighborhood child. Later that night, O'Brien told his children that they could enjoy one candy from the evening, and he urged them to choose the pixie sticks. And when his child Timothy complained the candy tasted bitter, O'Brien gave him Kool-Aid to wash down the poison. Timothy started vomiting and died on the way to the hospital.
None of the other children tried the poisoned candy that night. O'Brien claimed that a malevolent stranger had poisoned the candy, and he sang at his son's funeral. His story fell apart, however, when the police discovered the life insurance policies. When O'Brien was unable to identify the house where he'd been supposedly handed the pixie sticks, and when the cops found out that O'Brien had purchased cyanide from a chemical store in Houston. A jury sentenced him to death on June 3, 1975. The murder created a lasting national legacy, sparking paranoia about the safety of trick-or-treating.
The state of Texas knew that executing O'Brien would be politically popular and would probably boost support for the death penalty. Not knowing which resident of Texas's death row would be strapped to the gurney first, Revis ended up interviewing all but one inmate on the list he had been given. The appeals process, however, is unpredictable, and a Fort Worth man known for most of his life as Charlie Brooks would end up winning the dubious honor of being the first to be put to death by lethal injection. He was convicted for the fatal shooting of a 26-year-old mechanic, David Gregory, during a 1976 robbery.
By the time Revis interviewed him, Brooks had converted to Islam and taken the name Sharif Ahmad Abdul Rahim. That is the name we will use referring to him for the rest of the episode. Abdul Rahim had committed the robbery with another man, Woody Lords. He posed to someone wanting to buy a used car and asked to take a test drive. Gregory agreed to ride with him. Abdul Rahim picked up Lourdes. The pair threw Gregory in a car trunk, drove him to a ramshackle motel, tied him to a chair, and taped his mouth shut. Abdul Rahim and Lourdes accused each other of firing the fatal shot. No weapon was ever found. Lourdes eventually received the death penalty, but after that was overturned, he reached an agreement with prosecutors and received a 40-year sentence. He would end up serving only 11. The disparity in sentencing is one of the defining features of how capital punishment is carried out, even after Gregg versus Georgia had supposedly addressed that issue.
Shortly before his execution, Abdul Rahim insisted on his innocence, but according to Revis, the condemned man was lying. Revis described to us his relationship with Abdul Rahim, a.k.a. Charlie Brooks.
Charlie was very alert, fast on his feet, engaged. He was not moping around sad. He had a sense of humor. He told me in the first interview I had with him that he was innocent and that this was racial discrimination, that they executed more blacks than whites. And I told him, oh, what you want is for them to execute more white people, huh? And that stunned him because I think no one had ever said that to him. But that would do away with racial discrimination, and there's lots of white people need executing too, was my way of thinking. And he didn't get mad at me or anything. He kind of laughed at it himself after he paused to understand the question. Then he kind of laughed at it himself. But I would say he was, even until they got him strapped down, he was in control of his own body. His mind was in great shape. He lied to me about whether or not he was innocent.
Brooks told Revis that although the gun went off, he didn't pull the trigger. It was an accident.
At some point, I got him to say that, oh, the gun went off. And I went and pulled the transcript of his criminal trial. The gun was a revolver, not an automatic. Revolvers don't go off. To test that theory, I even took one I had and banged it on a table while it was loaded and all, and nothing happened. Revolvers don't go off until they've been cocked. Unless they've been cocked, they can't go off.
We'll return to the story of the world's first execution by lethal injection and the deceptive way it was used to win public support for capital punishment after this lovely ad break.
There was a little bit of last-minute drama as 0 hour for the execution of Charlie Brooks, a.k.a. Abdul Rahim, approached. The Supreme Court rejected his appeal for the last time. Shortly before the execution was scheduled to begin, Jack Strickland, the prosecutor in Abdul Rahim's murder trial, had second thoughts about the differences between the condemned man's sentence and that of his accomplice. Strickland testified on Abdul Rahim's behalf, but to no avail. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals said the defense team had presented no new information that would justify a stay of execution. Just after midnight, State Attorney General Mark White called officials in Huntsville and told them that the historic execution could begin.
From 1982, the year of Abdul Rahim's execution, until 2011, Texas allowed prisoners facing executions a choice of a last meal of their choosing. Abdul Rahim's request, however, was rejected.
He told me that for his last meal, he wanted fried shrimp and oysters. And he said he had told the authorities that that's what he wanted for his last meal. When I got down there, I was told that there was no shellfish in the prison system's kitchens. And Charlie had to pick. He finally picked steak and peach cobbler. But I felt bad about that because the prison people knew that they could go to the grocery store and buy whatever Charlie wanted, and they didn't do it. And it was I thought it was an indignity they inflicted on him. So when I went down for the execution, I went down in the afternoon. Execution was that night. I went out and ate fish. Just, how do you say? I don't know, because of the situation.
Texas would end this final meal for prisoners on death row in 2011. That's because of Lawrence Russell Brewer, who was one of 3 white supremacists who chained an African-American man, James Byrd, to the back of a car in Jasper, Texas, and dragged him to death on June 7th, 1998. As a last act of bitter defiance, on the date of Brewer's execution, September 21st, 2011, Brewer ordered a last meal that included 2 chicken fried steaks, a triple meat bacon cheeseburger, fried okra, a pound of barbecue, 3 fajitas, a meat lover's pizza, a pint of ice cream, and a slab of peanut butter fudge with crushed peanuts. When he received all the food, he refused to touch a bite. State Senator John Whitmire complained bitterly at the waste and expense lavished on such an infamous killer, and prison officials immediately changed the policy. Today, those facing execution are now only fed the same meal other prisoners receive that day.
Revis believes that the process of being strapped down to a hospital-like gurney is humiliating to those being executed.
Men die with more dignity when they're on their feet. For example, as walking to a scaffold, when they still feel in control of their lives. The hardest thing about lethal injections is that they strap you down where you can't move. And you're sitting there absolutely helpless until the drugs take effect.
Revis described the atmosphere in the death chamber as Abdul Rahim was executed as tense and quiet. A prison girlfriend, as Revis describes her, Vanessa Sapp, was present, as were numerous officials.
First of all, the room is too small. My recollection is there was a circular set of chairs spreading out 10 feet, 20 feet in a curve. It may have been a corner, but it was barely room to hold the lawmen who wanted to witness the execution, and Vanessa Sapp, and 3 reporters. His wife was not present. She didn't want to be, and she didn't want the kids to see it. As for the audience reaction, I don't recall that there was anything dramatic. No, it seemed more routine.
Inspired by the story of Carol Chessman, the author and rapist executed in the gas chamber in 1960, who worked out a signal he could send to reporters if he was suffering during the execution, Revis and Abdul Rahim worked out a similar arrangement. If Abdul Rahim was suffering as he was dying, he would shake his head. Revis would later regret making that arrangement.
I interviewed him before the execution. And we came up with an idea, unfortunately it was mine, that if he felt pain while he was dying, that he should shake his head. So I decided. And I say it's unfortunate because as things were, I was unable to determine if he was giving me that signal.
To Revis, it appeared that Abdul Rahim had simply drifted off to sleep.
He seemed to die peacefully. I had to put down a dog a couple of years ago, or have the dog put down. And I was with him while that happened. And I couldn't, how do you say? After seeing those two things, I said, I wish I could die that way. And there was no evidence with my dog, for example, that there was any pain. It was like I put him to sleep. And I think that's what they did with Charlie, but it would take a doctor to know.
Of course, Abdul Rahim's death was the first of its kind. As we mentioned last time, the 3-drug protocol that was used by most states over the last 3 decades was concocted out of thin air by someone no expertise on the effect of these drugs together on the human body. Abdul Rahim's execution was a medical experiment conducted with no prior research. Professor Lain said that since Abdul Rahim's execution, doctors have had a chance to perform autopsies on those executed by lethal injection, and witnesses have heard the cries of those who were able to speak while dying on the gurney.
You know, the state experts are saying, oh, this first drug, you're going to be 99.999% of the public would be, out and dead within a minute. You don't even have to worry about those other super torturous drugs. And it's like, yeah, that's not what was happening. They said they would stop breathing within a minute. And there was some pretty prominent litigation, the Morales case out in California, where they looked at the executions by lethal injection and said over half of them, they actually did not stop breathing within a minute. In fact, it was 8 and 9 minutes. And it did not kill them within 2 minutes of injecting that third drug, which is called potassium chloride, but it's referred to as liquid fire. And it chemically burns the veins as it races to the heart, where it induces a cardiac arrest. So they're like, the experts like, oh, that it's going to bring death in 2 minutes. That didn't happen. Like, none of this was happening as the state and the state's experts were so confidently just saying. And it turns out, no one had ever studied these drugs in these amounts. Nobody had ever injected these drugs in these amounts into people. This is not what was used. I mean, that's interesting too. Like, this is not the drug that was used to euthanize pets. This is not the drug that was used for physician-assisted suicide. So it's like 3 totally different drugs. And, and not only has nobody studied or nobody knew how they would work, but nobody could have predicted how they would have worked together.
As discussed in our last episode, the lethal injection that killed Abdul Rahim included 3 drugs: sodium thiopental, a heavy sedative, pancuronium bromide, meant to suffocate the prisoner, and potassium chloride, meant to trigger a cardiac arrest. As Professor Lain wrote in her book, Secrets of the Killing State, because of one of the drugs used in the 3-drug protocol, the drugs work poorly when combined. Quote, the pancuronium bromide couples the inability to breathe with the inability to struggle. They cannot fight or scream or even writhe in pain.
But all would seem calm on the surface. Texas's experiment in lethal injection was a political success, and for a while the novelty of the revived death penalty brought back memories of some public hangings. Students from nearby Sam Houston State University would show up and hold drunken parties outside the prison in Huntsville on the night of executions, cheering loudly enough that they could be heard inside the death chamber. The night that Ronald Clark O'Brien, the infamous Candy Man who killed his son for insurance money, died, a crowd of about 300 celebrated outside, some yelling trick or treat at the scheduled time of the execution, and pelting anti-death penalty protesters with candy. A huge cheer erupted when the officials of the Wallace unit left, signaling that O'Brien had died. A local bar threw a Halloween party.
Texas politicians made support for the death penalty central to their campaigns in this era. In the 1990 Democratic Party gubernatorial primary, former Texas Governor Mark White faced off against the state Attorney General Jim Maddox and the eventual winner, State Treasurer Ann Richards. White and Maddox ran almost identical campaign ads, both walking past larger-than-life mugshots of murderers who were executed under their watch and claiming credit for meting out justice. Consider this ad for White.
These hardened criminals will never again murder, rape, or deal drugs. As governor, I made sure they received the ultimate punishment, death, and Texas is a safer place for it. But tough talk isn't enough. The criminals know how to tangle up the courts and delay executions. To bring them to justice takes strength and dedication, because if the governor flinches, they win. Only a governor can make executions happen. I did, and I will.
The popularity of the death penalty was sealed for decades. Starting with Abdul Rahim, Texas has led the United States in state killing. As of September 27th, Texas had carried out 596 executions, more than 36% of all of the executions that have unfolded since the United States Supreme Court allowed the death penalty to resume in this country in 1976.
More than 40% of those executed in Texas since 1982 have been African American. Almost 30% have been Mexican American. In 2024, Texas executed 6 people. Only 1 was white.
Meanwhile, Texas put to death 63 prisoners who committed their crimes before they reached the age of 21. According to the Texas Coalition Against the Death Penalty, since 1973, 18 people sent to Texas death row were later exonerated, out of about 200 nationally. And the group argues that there is strong evidence that at least 6 put to death in Huntsville were actually innocent.
Professor Lain argues that not only does death by lethal injection violate the Eighth Amendment's ban on cruel and unusual punishment, but that most defendants facing the death penalty cannot afford adequate legal counsel, and that an alarming number of those sent to death row, and in some cases executed, have been innocent.
200 people have been exonerated from death row. 200. And when you put that next to the 1,600 executions that we've had in the modern era, what we really have is for every 8 executions, there's 1 exoneration. That is a terrible, terrible number, right? For every 8 times we kill someone, we almost killed the wrong person. And then there was this National Academy of Sciences report that came out. This is the Gross report, Samuel Gross. And they said, here's a conservative estimate, 4.1% of all people on death row today are factually innocent. 4.1%. That's 1 in 25.
According to the Texas Coalition Against the Death Penalty, as of 2014, the total legal cost of executing a prisoner was nearly $4 million, as opposed to the $1.3 million spent to keep someone in prison for life. Lain argues that, morality aside, capital punishment is catastrophically expensive. Imposing sentences of life without parole, or what criminal justice experts call LWOP, would not only eliminate the risk of making an irreversible mistake by putting an innocent person to death, but also save taxpayers money.
As an example, here's Florida, $51 million. $51 million. That is what Florida spends every year to maintain the death penalty over and above what it would cost to punish all first-degree murderers with LWOP. And if you look at the costs that Florida spent and then look at the executions that they had, how much did it cost per execution? To maintain the system, and then, of course, the product of it, executions, what you're getting out of it, per execution, $24 million. $24 million per execution. And I'm a former prosecutor, and I just have to say, what could you do with $24 million? I'd take $8 million and I'd put it into victim services. Now we're getting into the death penalty more broadly, but one of the things I found as I'm on this book tour and on the road, I'm talking to survivors. Their family members have been slain. And a woman in Tennessee is particularly, she's coming to mind right now. And she said, listen, when my son was murdered, I couldn't get out of bed in the morning. I was afraid I was going to lose my job. I was afraid I was going to lose my house. I needed therapy. I needed services. I needed childcare to help. I couldn't do that. My kids needed therapy. We had all of these needs. And the state of Tennessee said, Department of Mental Health said, we don't have that money. Sorry. And so she said, we're spending it all. In fact, what she said is it's selfish. You're spending millions upon millions upon millions on death sentences and on the death penalty when it could actually go to the people who need it.
Regardless of the financial costs, death by lethal injection has become so commonplace that executions rarely catch public attention. Nationally, 1,377 people have been put to death by some form of lethal injection since 1982. Those executed suffered not only because of the chemicals used, but because, as was predicted in 1890, medical professionals have refused to participate. Because of ethical rules prohibiting the harm of patients, doctors and nurses and paramedics generally refuse to administer the lethal cocktails used in death chambers. That task generally falls to seriously undertrained prison personnel, who are asked to secure an IV line for condemned prisoners who, often because of age, history of drug abuse, or other health problems, have veins that are difficult to access. Heavily muscled prisoners, those who are morbidly obese, and those with dark skin can also present challenges for the amateur phlebotomist trying to set up an execution.
Prisons sometimes lack the right equipment, such as the correct size syringes or proper tubing. Lethal injection drugs are pre-made and have to be mixed by personnel not properly trained in chemistry, which results in errors in dosing. Often people with any kind of medical competence who participate in executions are the ones with the shadiest ethical records. Professor Lain came across one case in which the state of Missouri lied on a doctor who ignored ethical guidelines and participated in the capital punishment process. He was incorrectly mixing the chemicals so that the prisoners were only receiving half the dose of the anesthesia meant to reduce the pain of the condemned as required by law. Dr. Lain shared the horrifying discoveries lawyers for condemned prisoners made about that particular doctor.
They looked, at the protocol that was litigated and authorized by a federal court, and it was 5 grams of this particular drug. And they looked at the execution logs of the last several, and states were using 2.5. And so they filed suit. That's half the anesthetic, and the state, wrote back and said, we are not using half the anesthetic. It must be the pharmacy logs that are wrong. We're going to track that down and figure out why they are wrong. But we rest assure you, we are not violating the protocol. We're doing the amount that was legally authorized. Well, they have to come back the next day and say, oh, actually, the logs were right. We were wrong. We were injecting half of the amount. And so the court gives the lawyers for the condemned prisoners a limited deposition to question this doctor behind a veil, like they didn't know who he was, but to question him under oath. And, they're like, why are you using half? And he said, well, I'm dyslexic, and so sometimes I make mistakes. And yet Missouri stuck with him and said, no, we have every confidence in him. They lose that. The trial court, the federal court says, this guy can't be anywhere near. Look, the whole thing, to the extent it's humane, requires you to meticulously measure and mix chemicals in liquids. And so you can't have someone who just makes mistakes. And then in the meantime, investigative journalists, which, I have to take my hat off. I tip my hat to investigative journalists. But they were like, gee, who is this, dyslexic doctor? And they find out his identity. He admits it's him. He had over 20 malpractice suits. He had his hospital privileges revoked at 2 hospitals. He had been censured by the medical board. So, you're asking someone to do something, to participate in something that is fundamentally against your reason for being as a doctor. And, from time to time, they find people, but I think they're outliers. What I have found is they are outliers not only on ethics, but in other ways too.
Experts on capital punishment like Lain aren't comfortable with describing executions that go off script as, quote, botched, even if it's a commonly used term. No matter how the execution proceeds, the end result is the same. The inmate is dead. However, there is no question that killing people by lethal injection is so complicated and requires so much skill on the part of the executioners that the process is typically far more agonizing than death penalty advocates tell the public. According to the anti-capital punishment organization, the Death Penalty Information Center, out of 19 executions in 2022, 7 were botched, meaning that the death took far longer than expected, that prison personnel had to jab the condemned people multiple times to get an IV line working, or worse.
When Oklahoma executed Clayton Lockett on April 29, 2014, the state used an untested combination of 3 drugs. The size of the syringes and the amount of drugs used were wrong. Prison personnel made repeated mistakes as they tried to insert the needle for the IV. Even though the American Medical Association prohibits its members from participating in executions, a doctor was on hand for the Lockett fiasco. The physician tried but failed to insert an IV into the jugular vein in Lockett's neck. The doctor then performed a surgical procedure called a cut down, which is a deep surgical incision through the skin, muscle, and fat performed to expose a central vein under Lockett's clavicle. The procedure was bloody and also failed, and the execution then tried and failed to access a vein through Lockett's feet. Eventually, they tried to insert an IV through the femoral vein in the upper thigh, a procedure only the most skilled surgeons have mastered. Unfortunately, the available needle was the wrong length for it to work properly.
Lockett reportedly was stoic throughout this repeated assault on his body. After an hour of this torture had passed, the execution team was finally able to inject the deadly drugs. Lockett groaned, convulsed, and at one point was asked, "Are you unconscious?" According to witnesses, Lockett opened his eyes and said, "No, I am not." After appearing to fall asleep, he began to moan, arched his back, and kicked a foot before he strained against the straps holding him against the gurney, and he tried to get up. Lockett mumbled, "Something is wrong. Oh man, and this shit is fucking up my mind." The prison warden ordered the blinds closed as the execution team scrambled. Swelling had developed where the IV had been inserted and was blocking the flow of the third and final lethal drug. The doctor was summoned to insert a needle in Lockett's other femoral vein, but Lockett was bleeding heavily and the blood backed up into the IV line.
Oklahoma Governor Mary Fallin had already decided to halt the execution, but by this point, Lockett's heart had irreversibly slowed down. He subsequently died of heart failure. The entire execution, from the first attempt to stick an IV in his veins to his death, lasted 1 hour and 47 minutes. That was one of the longest executions in American history. The state of Oklahoma later falsely claimed that Lockett had been unconscious the entire time. In 2022, another so-called botched lethal injection, that of Joe Nathan James in Alabama, lasted 3 hours. In Ohio and elsewhere, executions had to be abandoned when the prison staff couldn't get an IV going.
As we mentioned in the first episode, Reverend Jeff Hood is a priest under the Old Catholic Rite, who by the time we interviewed had accompanied 10 men during their executions. He said that even the most professional execution is brutal, but that some states, because of a regrettable amount of practice, are much better at killing than others.
I do think that some states know what they're doing more than others. And I think that Texas knows what they're doing. You don't see botched or delayed or mishandled executions in Texas. They go very quickly. And when you talk to these guys, that's what they say they would prefer. If you're going to be executed, you would want it to go as quickly as possible. Yes, there are some executions that look horrific. There are other executions that don't go according to plan, but don't get a lot of attention. But they're all horrible. And I think they all have to be talked about as such.
Whether it's because of the awareness of the messy and undeniably painful executions, like those of Lockett and James, the more than 200 death row exonerations achieved by groups like the Innocence Project, the growing skepticism of law enforcement amongst young people, or the greater consciousness of how racism warps the entire criminal justice system. There's no question that the death penalty is the least popular it has been in the past 100 years. Nor is there doubt that the rate of executions in the United States has dropped well below its peak during the height of the war on crime under the Clinton administration, when, in 1999, 315 death sentences were handed down, or in 1996, when 98 prisoners were executed.
In any case, deaths like Lockett's are bad for business for the pharmaceutical companies who have produced the drugs used in lethal injections. In the next and final episode of this three-part series on the shady business of lethal injection, we'll talk about how some states like Texas have been forced to turn to the black market, or the so-called gray market, to buy lethal drugs, as pharmaceutical companies have restricted the purchase of those drugs for that purpose. We also talked to Jeff Hood about how the difficulty in obtaining those drugs has led states like Alabama to turn to one of the most gruesome forms of execution yet. And we'll also hear the story of Race Bouillon, a victim of a hate crime, who fought to prevent the execution of his white supremacist attacker. And finally, we'll explore whether the death penalty might be on its last legs in the United States. I'm Stephen Monticelli for It Could Happen Here.
Until next time, I'm Michael Phillips. Thanks for listening.
Time for a sofa upgrade? Introducing Anabay sofas, where designer style meets budget-friendly prices. Anabay brings you the ultimate in furniture innovation with a modular design that allows you to rearrange your space effortlessly. Perfect for both small and large spaces, Anabay is the only machine-washable sofa inside and out. Say goodbye to stains and messes with liquid and stain-resistant fabrics that make cleaning easy. Liquids simply slide right off. Designed for custom comfort, our high-resilience foam lets you choose between a sink-in feel or a supportive memory foam blend. Plus, our pet-friendly, stain-resistant fabrics ensure your sofa stays beautiful for years. Don't compromise quality for price. Visit washablesofas.com to upgrade your living space today. Sofas start at just $699 with no-risk returns and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get up to 60% off, plus free shipping and free returns. Shop now at washablesofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Hey, this is U.S. Olympic gold medalist Tara Davis-Woodhull.
And I'm U.S. Paralympic gold medalist Hunter Woodhull.
As athletes, our lives are about having a clear path.
And a team that you can absolutely trust.
So when it came to getting the best mortgage,
we chose PennyMac.
PennyMac is proud to be the official mortgage provider of Team USA and you.
Learn more at pennymac.com. PennyMac Loan Services, LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID 35953. Licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act. Conditions and restrictions may apply.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Flag football is exploding, and iFlag is leading the way. As the Guinness World Record holder, iFlag hosts premier flag football tournaments nationwide for boys, girls, high school girls, and adults. From first-time players to elite competitors, iFlag delivers top-level competition, unforgettable experiences, and a community built around the game. Ready to be part of it? Join the movement. Find your tournament and learn more at iflag.org. That's iflag.org.
A warning. This episode includes violent content which some listeners might find disturbing.
I'm Michael Phillips, an historian and the author of a history of racism in Dallas called White Metropolis, and the co-author with longtime journalist Betsy Friauf of a history of eugenics in Texas called Purifying Knife.
And I'm Stephen Monticelli. I'm an investigative journalist in Dallas who specializes in political extremism and the far right. And I report for places like the Texas Observer, the Barbed Wire, and more.
Like millions across the United States, Mark Anthony Stroman was startled by the events that unfolded on the terrible morning of September 11, 2001. The disbelief that greeted the terrorist attacks against the World Trade Center and the Pentagon can be heard on the first announcement of the tragedy on a Dallas talk radio station, WBAP.
All right, thank you, Lars. 7:51, 9 minutes before 8 o'clock at News Talk 820 WBAP here on the Tuesday morning. And the reason I am hesitating here, there's word of a plane crashing into the World Trade Center in downtown Manhattan. And a plane actually crashing into the side of the World Trade Center. We're going to have details for you on that from ABC News in just a couple of moments.
Stroman later wrote that September 11th filled him with a great sense of rage, hatred, loss, bitterness, and utter degradation. He blamed Arabs and Muslims as a group for the events that day and wanted, quote, those Arabs to feel the same sense of insecurity about their immediate surroundings. I wanted them to feel the same sense of vulnerability and uncertainty on American soil.
Stroman, a Dallas resident, had already served 2 prison terms during which he had joined the Aryan Brotherhood prison gang. Addicted to meth and sporting neo-Nazi tattoos, he began cruising Dallas in his 1972 Chevy Suburban, hunting for quote-unquote Arabs. As he later admitted, he wasn't entirely sure what an Arab looked like, but nevertheless he stalked people with, quote, shawls on their faces.
Stroman launched his crusade by running cars into ditches if he suspected the vehicles were driven by Muslims. He escalated his campaign of terror on September 17, 2001. He fatally shot Waqar Hassan, a 46-year-old Pakistani immigrant, as the clerk grilled a hamburger at Mom's Grocery in Dallas. A few days later, Stroman found his next victim, a former pilot for Bangladesh's Air Force named Rais Bhuiyan. Mr. Bhuiyan, who has experienced robberies prior to his encounter with Stroman, told us what happened that day.
September 21st, 2001, it was Friday, around noon. A customer walked in wearing bandana, sunglasses, baseball cap, and holding a sort of double-barrel shotgun on his right side. And from the previous robbery experience, I thought he would be in the robbery. So I put all the money on the counter and offered him the cash as soon as he walked in. And I said, sir, here is all the money. Take it, but please do not shoot me. Basically, I begged for my life, and his gaze remained fixed. And then he mumbled a question, where are you from? Before I could say anything more than, excuse me, he pulled the trigger from point blank range. I felt it first, like a million bees were stinging my face. And I looked down and saw blood pouring like an open faucet from the right side of my head. And I remember screaming Mom, top of my voice. And I looked down, saw blood pouring like an open faucet from the right side of my head. And then I looked left. I saw the gunman still standing, pointing the gun directly at my face. And I realized that if I do not, do something to show that I'm dying, he might shoot me again. So I fell to the floor, and he finally left after a few seconds.
Bhuiyan survived the attack, but he was blinded in his right eye. He would endure not only multiple painful surgeries, but also the unique financial horrors of the American healthcare system. Meanwhile, Stroman was not done terrorizing the Dallas area Muslim community. On October 4th, the shooting spree came to an end when the white supremacist pulled up to a Shell station in Mesquite at about 6:45 in the morning and ordered the clerk, 49-year-old Vasudev Patel, a Hindu immigrant from India, to hand over all the money from the cash register. Patel reached under the counter for a .22 caliber pistol, and seeing the gun, Stroman fired his weapon. The bullet struck Patel in his chest and killed him. A security camera captured the scene, and Dallas police arrested Stroman the next day.
At Stroman's home, investigators found a semi-automatic rifle, an Uzi knockoff, a .44 Magnum, and a .45 Colt. They also found evidence that Stroman planned to attack a mosque in a nearby suburb. The jury found Stroman guilty of capital murder on April 5, 2002, and sentenced him to die by lethal injection. The story then took an unexpected turn. During a 2009 pilgrimage to Mecca, Bouillon said he realized that simply forgiving his assailant would not be enough. He believed he had a moral obligation to do all he could to prevent Stroman's death. Bouillon filed a lawsuit attempting to halt Stroman's execution. Despite of Bouillon's best effort, the suit was rejected by state and federal courts, and Stroman died by lethal injection July 20th, 2011.
Bouillon's campaign of mercy, however, made a major impact on capital punishment in the United States. He effectively shamed European drug companies into banning the use of the products used in the lethal injection that killed Stroman. In turn, some states like Texas decided to start buying lethal drugs illegally. In this final episode on the history of the lethal injection in the United States, Bouillon will tell us about his campaign against capital punishment and its impact. We'll also speak to a priest, the Reverend Jeff Hood, who has accompanied by the time of this interview 10 men to their executions. He will also tell us why he has devoted himself to showing love to people so despised, and also address the future of the death penalty in the United States.
After being blinded in a hate crime, Race Bouillon struggled through numerous traumas. He told us that after getting shot at the convenience store where he worked, he ran to a barber shop next door. There, he had the first sight of his injuries.
I caught myself in the mirror, and the image reflected back was gruesome, like something out of a horror movie. And on my way to the hospital, I felt my eyes were closing. I felt that my time was up. And, while I was reciting from the Holy Quran and asking God for mercy and forgiveness and giving me a second chance, I also begged him to save my life, to give me a chance to live. And I promised God that if you give me a chance to live, I would help others.
In the emergency room, doctors put Bouillon on life support. For a time, his condition was touch and go. Bouillon, a young immigrant living on his salary as a convenience store clerk, said that when he next opened his eyes and doctors told him he had survived, he cried tears of joy.
So my eyes were full of tears, not from the pain, but from the joy of still being alive. But that joy did not last long, because the hospital where I was taken was private and expensive, and I had no health insurance at the time. So they discharged me within a couple of hours and told me to arrange follow-up medical treatments on my own. So, the first part of my American nightmare was being shot in the face after 9/11, and second part began when I was kicked out from the hospital. So as a result of this shooting, I, underwent several eye surgeries. Unfortunately, though, I lost vision in one eye. I still carry more than 3 dozen shotgun pellets on my face. And my father suffered a stroke when he heard what happened to me, but luckily he survived. I lost my fiance, but gained more than $60,000 in medical bills.
As Stroman languished on Texas death row, Bouillon began picking up the pieces.
I moved on, rebuilding my life. I worked in restaurant. I went back to school. And slowly I was, climbing the ladder and getting better in my own, life journey. And in 2009, I went to Mecca for pilgrimage, my mother. And it was in Mecca, I deeply realized that though I forgave my attacker, Mark Stroman, it was not enough. I felt that, by executing Mark, we would simply lose a human life without dealing with the root cause. I strongly believe that if he was given a chance, he might be able to become a better human being. And I began to see him as a human being like me, not just simply a killer. I saw him as a victim too. And I deeply felt for him. And I remembered my promise on my deathbed that if I get a chance to live, I would help others. And I felt that I need to start with him first to keep my promise. So I returned from Mecca with a very changed heart, with a clarity and a newfound purpose. And I launched a campaign to try and save my attacker's life from Texas death row.
We'll pick up the story of Bouillon's campaign to spare Stroman's life and how his efforts changed the history of the American death penalty after a word from our sponsors. Dr. Rick Halperin began teaching human rights courses at Southern Methodist University in Dallas in 1990, where he now heads one of only 9 human rights programs at universities in the country. He has also chaired Amnesty International's board of directors 3 times, and since 1972 has been an anti-death penalty activist. Halperin became famous on Texas death row as a result of his efforts. And after Stroman was informed of his July 20th, 2011 execution date, the condemned man wrote a letter to Halperin asking for help in making final arrangements, such as locating an affordable undertaker.
By coincidence, shortly after Stroman reached out to Halperin, the professor received a surprise visitor to his office. The stranger was Stroman's victim, Race Bouillon. Bouillon, who had recently become an American citizen, hoped Halperin could help him find a creative and effective way to fulfill the promise he had made to God when he thought he was dying. He began his campaign to save Stroman's life. Bouillon, Halperin, and another human rights activist, Hadi Jawad, carried their efforts from Dallas to the state capital in Austin and as far as the European Parliament.
A weak point in the American death penalty machinery was its reliance on companies that provided the lethal injection chemicals. In 2011, Italy, an anti-death penalty nation, successfully pressured the Illinois company Hospira to stop selling sodium thiopental, the muscle relaxant used in the 3-drug lethal injection protocol used in Texas since the early 1980s. That same year, Reprieve, a British human rights nonprofit, arranged for Bouillon to travel to Europe to meet face-to-face with executives at the corporate headquarters of the Danish pharmaceutical company Lundbeck. Aware that the meeting would put them in the international spotlight, Lundbeck, 3 days prior, announced that they would stop shipping the sedative Nembutal, which was being used as a substitute for sodium thiopental to American prison systems. Bouillon described his conversation with the Lundbeck company in an interview with us.
After 1 hour of great conversation, they agreed to write a letter to the governor of Texas asking him not to use their product to kill human beings.
The state of Texas, however, was unwilling to grant a crime victim his fervent wish. Even though Texas politicians repeatedly claimed they execute murderers to bring the victims closure, Bouillon said he was denied this by the Texas Board of Paroles and Pardons and then Governor Rick Perry.
I reached out to the prison system and asking for a mediation dialogue. But unfortunately, they turned down my request multiple times. And the reason they showed was it would re-victimize me. So basically, a mediation dialogue I thought would be helpful for me to find closure, to find a lot of answers. But it was, for them, it would be, a re-victimization process for me. So they rejected my request multiple times. And it really made me sad that when they needed me to testify in the court to convict him to get the death penalty, I was a good victim. But then when I tried to exercise my right as a victim to have a mediation dialogue, I became a bad victim because I asked for my rights.
In his final hours, Stroman spoke directly to his surviving victim.
I had the opportunity to talk to him over the phone before he was executed. And it was the day of his execution where he put my name as one of the people he would be able to talk. So I was lucky enough to talk to him. And when he came on the phone, I was about to, go to the court to give a last fight to, stay the execution. So I was thinking, what would I say to a human being who is about to be executed in a couple of hours? And I'm going to, go to a court to give a, last fight to see if we could save him. So I was very emotional when he came on the phone. I told him that, Mark, you know for sure that I never hated you. I forgave you. And I'm doing my best to, save your life, to this court hearing. And he said that ways I never expected that from you. And I love you, bro. And that brought tears into my eyes that this is the same human being who shot me for no reasons other than having hate and violence in his heart. And now 10 years later, he could see me as his brother. And he said he loved me. Why he couldn't see me as his brother 10 years ago? And why he couldn't say the same thing 10 years ago? So, at least it helped me to find closure a little bit. It helped me to move forward. At least I had the chance to talk to my attacker. And that gave me a lot of hope that people can change.
The execution itself, however, left Bhuyan cold.
Well, definitely this execution was not for the victims, because the victims and the victims' family members requested and also fought for clemency. We went ahead and requested the governor of Texas, the Board of Pardons and Paroles, that do not execute him in our names, show mercy.
Mark Stroman died as scheduled on July 20th, 2011. And though Bhuyan and Halperin failed to stop it, they had helped start an international movement to thwart the ability of states to carry out such lethal injections. As Professor Corinna Lain revealed in her book, Secrets of the Killing State, after Hospira stopped producing sodium thiopental, the vacuum was filled by a fly-by-night company called Dream Pharma. The drug distributor, quote, turned out to be 2 desks at a filing cabinet hidden in the back of a London driving school, as Lain wrote. Once this operation was exposed, Great Britain banned sodium thiopental sales to the United States.
By December 2011, the entire European Union had tightened export controls on any chemicals that could potentially be used in executions. The new expanded EU ban made life much more difficult for would-be executioners in the United States. In 2012, when the state of Missouri announced it would use the drug propofol as an anesthetic in its executions, the EU said it would cut off exports of that drug, which is used for surgeries in the United States about 50 million times a year. Combined, these moves created a lethal injection drug shortage that changed how executions took place.
In 2012, Texas moved then to a single drug protocol using pentobarbital alone, rather than the old 3-drug cocktail made out of thin air by Oklahoma coroner Stephen Coleman back in the 1970s. Autopsies reveal that prisoners executed with this single drug protocol die from pulmonary edema, a condition in which the lungs fill with fluid. Medical experts believe prisoners suffer intense chest pain as they suffocate, even if they appear fully unconscious. Execution witnesses also say they've seen prisoners' eyes pop open, their eyes fill with tears, have seen them pull against restraints, and have heard them groan and clasp their jaws during such executions.
As the drugs needed to carry out lethal injections become harder to find, states have to rely on shady tactics so they can keep on killing. Officials have lied to pharmaceutical companies that are buying drugs to provide medical care for prisoners that they later use in the death chamber. Death penalty states have violated federal laws. They have illegally swapped these drugs across state line, or they bought them on the black market or the legally marginal so-called gray market. Professor Lain describes the shady lengths the state of Ohio went to in order to buy these drugs.
The state took $15,000 in cash in a suitcase. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, and chartered a private plane to fly over to Washington, where they did an under-the-table deal for drugs with this little pharmacy. You need a prescription for these drugs. And so here's a pharmacy that for $15,000 is willing to sell drugs under the table, and allegedly in a Walmart parking lot.
To cope with the shrinking supply, states have made illegal purchases overseas. Like other states, Texas has tried to circumvent tightening restrictions by purchasing death penalty supplies from loosely regulated compounding pharmacies, and some of them have been here in the States. In 2018, it was revealed that Texas repeatedly bought drugs from the Green Park Compounding Pharmacy in Houston, which is a company that had been fined 48 times by federal regulators for safety violations, including providing the wrong medication to children who were subsequently hospitalized. The number of agonizingly prolonged executions in Texas suggests that the drugs the state buys are often out of date or impure.
Finding out where the lethal drugs are coming from is becoming increasingly difficult. A number of states have passed laws making it illegal to report on who carries out the execution, what companies supply the drugs, or how these drugs were purchased. In any case, the difficulty in getting execution drugs has led to a decline in the death penalty across the nation. At the time of the landmark 1972 Furman versus Georgia case that temporarily halted executions in the United States, 40 states had the death penalty. Currently, only 27 do. In 2024, 4 states alone, Alabama, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas, carried out 76% of the executions that unfolded in the United States.
Some of the remaining states with the death penalty on the books have responded to the shortage of lethal drugs by authorizing the use of the firing squad and killing prisoners with nitrogen gas hypoxia, which suffocates them by forcing them to breathe pure nitrogen. After another ad break, you'll hear from a priest who has witnessed executions in 10 different states, including death by nitrous hypoxia, and we'll end this 3-part series by discussing the future of the death penalty.
Born in the South Atlanta neighborhood in Georgia, Jeff Hood grew up in a religiously conservative home and was ordained as a Southern Baptist minister when he was only 22. His worldview, however, was shaken when he attended to his religious mentor who was dying of lung cancer. Before he passed away, the 75-year-old confessed to Hood, quote, "I'm gay, and I've always been." Hood described this moment as earth-shattering, and his religious views transformed dramatically from what he later called his backwards thinking.
When Hood moved to Dallas in the early 2010s, he became well known in his new home as he fought to make local churches more inclusive of the LGBTQ+ community. And he got arrested along with other clergy outside of the White House in 2014 when he was protesting President Barack Obama's aggressive campaign to deport migrants. On July 7, 2016, Hood led a Black Lives Matter protest in downtown Dallas, during which a sniper opened fire and targeted police officers.
Micah X. Johnson, an Iraq War veteran, was enraged by the police killings of Alton Sterling in Louisiana and Philando Castile in Minnesota. So Johnson shot and killed 5 police officers, the deadliest incident for law enforcement since September 11, 2001. Police killed Johnson that evening by detonating a bomb carried by a robot to the shooter's hideout in a parking garage, marking the first execution by robot in American history. Reverend Hood was traumatized not only by the sniper attack, but also when he got scapegoated for the deaths that day. Fox News host Megyn Kelly put a target on Hood's back in the aftermath of the sniper attack.
Jeff Hood, he was one of the organizers of the march and quickly condemned the shootings today.
Never in our wildest dreams would we have imagined that 5 police officers would be dead this morning.
But critics were quick to point out that we were hearing a very different message from the Reverend just a short time before the shots rang out last night. Here is some of that.
But I'm going to channel an old preacher that I admire tremendously, Jeremiah Wright. Yeah! And I'm going to say, God damn white America. God damn white America. White America is a lie. Come on now. I'm sick of the bodies of black and brown people being slaughtered in our streets.
Hood agreed to be interviewed by Kelly, but the minister soon realized that Fox viewers blamed him for the officer's death and they threatened vengeance.
I mean, after July the 7th, man, there was talk about threats. Denton PD was having to take the kids to school, and it was absolutely horrible.
Witnessing people die that day, including the sniper Johnson's impromptu execution via remote control robot, deepened Hood's opposition to violence, including state killing. In 2022, he was ordained again, this time as a priest in what is called the Old Catholic Faith, which accepts many of the doctrines and rites of the Roman Catholic Church, but rejects the doctrine of papal infallibility and authority. Hood began writing to those on death row and then talking and praying with them in person. In 2022, the United States Supreme Court ruled in the Ramirez versus Collier case that condemned prisoners have the right to die in the company of a spiritual advisor. Hood became a companion to the condemned in their last minutes.
I began to have people reaching out during that time, and asking me if I would accompany them to the death chamber. And, it's one thing to be willing to have relationships with people who are executed. It's a whole nother thing to be asked to participate in the process. And so since then, I've witnessed, been in the chamber with 10 different guys. So from January of 2023 to now, I've watched 10 different men be executed by the state.
Hood attended his first execution when the state of Oklahoma put Scott Eisenberg to death on January 12th, 2023. 20 years earlier, Eisenberg murdered an elderly couple, including a man he bludgeoned to death.
My first execution was Scott Eisenberg in Oklahoma, and Scott had a number of things going on, but we were very close. He had a lot of anger issues and I think difficulty controlling his temper and whatnot. And, so the reality was I was very frightened before I went in because I thought Scott was just going to go ballistic. And, to be in that room with someone that goes ballistic, I mean, it's already traumatic enough, as I'm sure you can imagine, without, something like that. But then again, you can't blame them for wanting to, push back and fight for their lives and whatnot. I found myself shaking, just, my hands and my legs, just terror. I mean, just utterly terrified. And then they opened the door and I was led in and I saw Scott, and it's incredibly strange to see someone hooked up to machines that look like they're there to support life, and yet that they're there to take his life. And so I wasn't able, I knew that there was a window on one side. I wasn't able to see through that window because there was a curtain down. And I began to pray with Scott. Scott had asked me to read a number of scriptures, and I did. And I dropped my Bible at one point because I was shaking so bad I was having trouble holding it. He notices that I'm shaking. He notices that I'm upset. And he looks at me and tells me everything's going to be okay. And I'm thinking to myself, no, it's not. No, it is not. And I'm thinking, you're going to die and I'm going to be scarred for life. Everything is not going to be okay. And I went to the scripture in John chapter 8, where Jesus encounters the adulterous woman. And there's that famous line, famous verse, "You who are without sin, cast the first stone." And I read that in the chamber. And one of the lighter moments when we were in there was when I read that, "You who are without sin, cast the first stone." I remember Scott looking up and pointing at the executioners and saying, he's talking to y'all. This is about y'all.
Hood said that any sense that death by lethal injection is nonviolent is an illusion.
In every lethal injection, I have immediately heard snoring. And what sounds not like, snoring from, that one would have when they sleep or whatever, but more of a gurgling kind of snoring. And, it's the body responds in a very panicked fashion. And so it's almost like, it's like drowning someone who's completely paralyzed. And I think that's what it's been like every time. I think that there is a level of suffering that is hidden. There's a reason that it's made to look like a medical procedure, because it does look like a medical procedure. I think it is a con.
Hood found the lethal injections traumatizing, but that did not prepare him for what he witnessed when Alabama began executing prisoners through nitrous hypoxia.
I can tell you that as horrible as a lethal injection is, and yes, it is a con job, I can tell you that what I saw during that nitrogen execution is indescribable. I can tell you that I think I would rather be burned to death than be executed by nitrogen. I mean, it is that bad.
Hood attended the hypoxia suffocation of Kenneth Smith, a contract killer, on January 25th, 2024, the first such execution in American history. Smith had been sentenced to death 36 years earlier. Hood said the horrors for him began when he stepped into the death chamber and saw Smith outfitted with a large mask that would deliver the poison gas. Attending this execution actually put Hood's life in jeopardy.
I can describe it for y'all's listeners, but the mask, which I'm holding right here, a replica, is basically something that has netting in the back. It has silicone straps. It's put over the back of someone's head, and it is strapped as tight as possible to try to keep it on. And it looks like a firefighter's mask with sort of a plexiglass plate on the front. And then there's a hose that's going from the firefighter's mask with the plexiglass plate to the nitrogen. And so what ends up happening is they try to pump as much nitrogen as possible through this line. The problem is that these masks don't completely hold the form, I guess is the best way of saying it, in that it's difficult for you to get an airtight seal. So the more oxygen that gets in here, the more it's displacing nitrogen. And so the more oxygen that's in here, and obviously there's going to be oxygen in the tube, there's going to be oxygen in the mask before the thing even starts, is going to create more suffering. It's going to create a longer process.
Hood knew that he would be in a chamber in which poison gas would be released, and he felt obligated to tell his children in advance that he could be harmed. They were terrified, of course, but he felt an obligation to provide Smith company and compassion as well. Again, we remind listeners that what they are about to hear might be upsetting.
So by the time we get to the point where they turn the nitrogen on, all the witnesses, everybody in the room is like going, nobody knows what's about to happen because it's never been tried before. And so they turn it on, and Kenny immediately begins to heave back and forth, over and over. And every time he heaves forward, the back of the mask was strapped to the gurney. So every time he heaves forward, his face is hitting the front of that mask over and over and over and over. And so it's like watching someone hit their face against a plate glass window. And it's like his nose and his face is flattening every time he does it. And he begins to shake back and forth, heaving up and down. I see spit and saliva and snot and, eye water and all sorts of fluid is coming out of his face. And that fluid begins to build up on the front of the mask, and it begins to drizzle like a waterfall.
Smith convulsed with so much force, prison officials worried his mask might come off, interrupting the execution and possibly killing Hood and maybe others in attendance. A window separated Hood from other witnesses, and the violence of Smith's death caused a commotion.
The windows are like super thick. I shouldn't have been able to hear anything, but I could hear somebody behind me screaming, "Stop, stop, 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 please, stop, stop, stop." And it was an absolute nightmare. And Kenny did not die for at least 22 minutes. And it's very possible that he didn't die for a longer period of time, but the state of Alabama declares, they say, he's not breathing, he's dead. Then they push everybody out of the room, and then they bring the doctor in after everybody's left to declare him dead.
Hood admits that some of the men he's counseled are capable of unspeakable evil, even after years on death row. But he still recalls each death he's witnessed with pain.
I feel morally compromised, horrified, but I feel called or pushed to keep going because I think that the more traumatic thing would be to leave these guys alone. Now, in terms of actually seeing it, I think that it's these images don't leave you. There's nightmares. I always say that these guys haunt me. They come night after night. You know, I'll see them at the end of my bed. So trauma is something I've come to know very well.
In 2019, the United States Supreme Court ruled that prisoners do not have a right to a painless death when it green-lighted the execution of Russell Bucklew, who had blood-filled tumors in his head, neck, and mouth that could have broken open as he was put to death. The highest court seems to have rendered the Eighth Amendment's ban on cruel and unusual punishment moot.
Meanwhile, in recent years, it has not only been states that have enforced the death penalty. Between 1960 and 2019, the federal government carried out only 3 executions. But in 2020 to early 2021, during the last 6 months of Donald Trump's first term as president, the federal government executed 13 men and women. These included Brandon Bernard, who committed a double murder when he was only 18, and another, Lisa Montgomery, who psychologists believed was severely mentally ill and detached from reality at the time that she murdered a pregnant woman and cut the baby from her victim's body in order to raise the child as her own.
Joe Biden, on the other hand, at the end of his presidential term, sought to prevent a similar execution spree. 40 people are on death row, and he commuted the sentence of 37 of them. The remaining 3 were Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, the 2013 Boston Marathon bomber, Dylan Roof, who massacred 9 members of the Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina in 2015, and Robert Bowers, who killed 11 at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. Back in power, however, Trump has vowed to make the death penalty great again.
Anybody murders something in the Capitol, capital punishment, capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty. And that's a very strong preventative.
Trump's immediate plans aside, the future of the death penalty in the long term is not so certain. According to a 2024 Gallup opinion poll, support for the death penalty has sunk to its lowest level in half a century. Only 53% of Americans favor capital punishment, but that number skews heavily towards older Americans. More than half of Americans between the ages of 18 and 43 oppose the death penalty, and almost 60% of the so-called Gen Z, those born between 1997 and 2012, are firmly against the death penalty. Law professor Corinna Lain believes that even record-low support for the death penalty is exaggerated, and that support for capital punishment drops even further when other options are provided to voters.
You know, the president issued this executive order, a day one executive order. Let's go for the death penalty anytime we can. Let's execute everybody. And one of the things to realize is that the death penalty is dying in this country for reasons that an executive order cannot fix. People have less confidence in the death penalty. They don't trust the death penalty, nor should they. 200 people have been exonerated from death row.
And Ray Spouillon agrees.
The decline in executions in the United States reflects a broader shift in how society views death penalty. I mean, more states are repealing it. Juries are imposing it less often. And the public support, while still divided, has steadily decreased, especially as concerns about wrongful convictions, racial bias, and the high costs of capital punishment came to light.
At the beginning of the 19th century, hangings were public, but they so often went awry and produced such grisly scenes, states moved those executions inside prison yards and sought a more humane alternative. That new method, the electric chair, proved horrifying as well and was deemed unsuitable for general audiences. The Supreme Court imposed a 4-year pause in the death penalty beginning in 1972 because of its random application. In 1976, the High Court reauthorized capital punishment. A crisis ensued when a Texas TV reporter sued for the right to televise executions. Horrified at the prospect of the condemned essentially being burned alive in the electric chair in front of a primetime audience, states approved the latest innovation state killing, death by lethal injection.
But throughout this history of execution, insurmountable flaws have remained consistent. The quest for a humane way to kill people on an announced schedule has been futile. Each form of the death penalty has been proven to be violent and cause suffering at great expenditure of public money, and plausibly innocent people have been put to death. As the people in charge of punishment have changed execution methods over the years, they've also tried to prevent public backlash to revolting scenes of suffering, which could create the opposition to capital punishment that they fear. Politicians eager to prove they are tough on crime have also fought to hide these gruesome spectacles from public view. Nevertheless, Race Bouillon is optimistic that this grim aspect of life in the United States might soon come to an end.
More than 2/3 of countries have abolished death penalty in law or practice, with only a few countries carrying out the vast majority of executions. And I think the future is one where the death penalty continues to shrink worldwide as the values of human rights, dignity, and justice without irreversible punishment gain ground.
Until next time, I'm Michael Phillips.
And I'm Stephen Moncelli. Thanks for listening.
Kids, pets, life, your sofa sees it all. But with a washable sofa, stains don't stand a chance. All of our sofa collections come with fully machine washable covers and cushions, making cleanup effortless. Liquid and stain-resistant fabrics provide extra protection against everyday messes. Plus, with modular designs, you can rearrange your sofa however you like. Perfect for growing families and changing spaces. Starting at just $699, it's time to upgrade to a stress-free, mess-proof sofa. Visit washablesofas.com today and save. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Hey, this is U.S. Olympic gold medalist Tara Davis-Woodhull.
And I'm U.S. Paralympic gold medalist Hunter Woodhull.
As athletes, our lives are about having a clear path.
And a team that you can absolutely trust.
So when it came to getting the best mortgage,
we chose PennyMac.
PennyMac is proud to be the official mortgage provider of Team USA and you.
Learn more at pennymac.com. PennyMac Loan Services, LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID 35953. Licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act. Conditions and restrictions may apply.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year. You can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Flag football is exploding, and iFlag is leading the way. As the Guinness World Record holder, iFlag hosts premier flag football tournaments nationwide for boys, girls, high school girls, and adults. From first-time players to elite competitors, iFlag delivers top-level competition, unforgettable experiences, and a community built around the game. Ready to be part of it? Join the movement. Find your tournament and learn more at iflag.org. That's iflag.org.
Am I introducing the podcast? Welcome to the podcast.
This is It Could Happen Here, Executive Disorder, our weekly newscast covering what's happening in the White House, the crumbling world, and what it means for you. I'm Garrison Davis. Today I'm joined by Mia Wong, James Stout, and Robert Evans. This episode, we're covering the week of October 31st to November 5th.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most exciting weeks in politics.
Yeah, because it's bonfire night.
If you remember the poem, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not the only exciting thing to happen, but also not the only sad thing to happen this week, because as exciting as Election Day was for people in New York, there was like a looming sadness throughout the day, because earlier that morning, obviously, Vice President Dick Cheney passed away, and that was rough for many people, not rough for many others. But that certainly was a looming presence over the day. Does anyone have any words to say on the passing of Mr. Cheney?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to let everyone in hell know this too shall pass. You know, you won't be stuck with him forever. Just try to grin and bear it. I know it's going to be hard for a lot of you, especially Saddam Hussein. But I know you can get past this. You know, he will get reincarnated as a Senate Republican staffer within the next 6 to 8 months. So you won't have to put up with him long.
I guess this is also just your reminder that it's a good idea to practice the 4 essential rules of firearms safety at all times.
Don't shoot with Dick Cheney. If you see Dick Cheney while you're hunting quail, run.
Do the kids even know about this now?
The kids know. The kids know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
This is deep in the lore, Mia. Yeah.
Cheney lore has permeated throughout generations of American culture.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, there was like a whole thing where we all thought the song Jamie's Got a Gun was Cheney's Got a Gun.
Wow.
Because it made perfect sense.
Because it just lined up with everything you knew about the world.
What's funny about it is that my actual thinking on that shooting hasn't changed since I was a Republican kid. Like, when I was a young right-winger, I thought, wow, Dick Cheney's so cool. He shot a man and got him to apologize to him. And now, as an adult on the left, I still think that's kind of the coolest thing Dick Cheney ever did.
It is a hell of a feat.
That man apologized for getting in front of his sights. That's amazing.
Now, it is unfortunate that Dick Cheney did not live to see the election of Zohran Mamdani as the mayor of New York City, which happened.
That would have been funny.
On Tuesday. Later that day, Zohran has become the first candidate in New York mayoral history to win over 1 million votes since 1969.
Nice.
This election itself saw over 2 million votes. This is 1 million more votes than the last New York mayoral election. Huge turnout. Currently, as of Wednesday afternoon, Zohran has 50.4% of the vote. Former governor and sexual assault enthusiast Andrew Cuomo, running as an independent, has 41.6%, and the beret-wearing Curtis Silva has 7.1%. Yeah. Not a spoiler candidate in many ways, nor would it be correct to say that all of Silva's votes would have gone to one candidate or another. But even if you do add all of his votes onto disgraced former governor Andrew Cuomo's total, Zohran still comes out on top.
Well, which was something that there was legitimately a lot of question about, as to like whether or not will Silva staying in matter, right?
Yeah.
And it's a really good sign that it didn't.
It did not.
Silva? So whatever.
No one really knows how to pronounce the name, including in the city. You hear it different pronunciations from different people at different times. Sometimes it's Slilwa, sometimes it's Silwa, Saliwa.
All I know is he got stabbed on the subway, right?
And shot 5 times in the back of a cab.
5 times in the back.
That's
Jesus.
right.
How did they fail to fucking kill him? Jesus Christ.
It's harder to kill people by shooting them with a handgun than you might think.
Yeah, apparently.
Handgun ballistics are just different.
Yes, and he does have 17 cats. He ran on the Republican and the Protect Animals Party. You can have some criticism for past ills that he has contributed to, but he certainly makes up for that in some way for being a fascinating character.
Yeah, he's a very New York kind of figure.
Yeah.
And he was the only mayoral candidate to call and congratulate Zohran Mamdani last night. Both Cuomo and Mayor Adams did not call Mamdani, but Curtis did, which is kind of beautiful. Yeah. It's kind of beautiful.
He's a classy man. You don't get to wear a red beret like that unless you have some manners.
The British Parachute Regiment would beg to disagree about having manners and wearing red hats. But
nope, my headcanon now is that he is the British paratrooper regiment.
Sure, yeah, they just drop him in with 17 cats, and he starts milling immediately. Yeah,
he saves that fucking mall in Nairobi or wherever it was.
Tell you what, the Argentines wouldn't have fucked with the Falklands if Curtis had been there.
Not with all those cats.
That's where he's going now that he's being banished from New York.
Smells like piss, guys. Probably shouldn't take this.
It's just an island of cat litter.
Yeah, Staten Island. Which
you're a real New Yorker now, Gary. You shat on Staten Island.
Which is the only borough that went for Cuomo, where he was up 33 points.
That was very funny.
Mamdani won every other bureau. Up 20 in Brooklyn, up 10 in Manhattan, up 5 in Queens, and 11 in the Bronx.
From what this should tell everyone everywhere in the country about what is possible in politics, even in times as dark as this, is that he was, 8% a year ago?
6%, I believe.
6%.
Yeah.
In January. 6% in January.
And he won. He didn't just eke it out because there were a shitload of guys. This isn't like an Arnold thing where everybody's on the fucking ballot and it's like a crazy cartoon election.
Yeah.
He legitimately came from nowhere and won.
The most votes for a mayoral candidate in almost 50 years.
Yeah.
Nearly reaching the vote totals in this election for like a presidential election in the city.
Yeah, it's very impressive for like a mid-cycle, an off-cycle election turnout-wise.
Yep.
Specifically, he won a whole bunch of votes that he did not gain in the primary among some like Black and Latino voters. You can see that in the turnout at like the Bronx.
And these people aren't overwhelmingly, at least at this stage, folks who have been convinced of every aspect of ideology that Zoran has ever put out there. People who looked at who was available and were like, this guy seems like he genuinely wants to do something.
Yeah,
and they listen to his the specific policies. They're not paying attention to the fact that he quoted Eugene V. Debs. They're listening to his policies on like creating municipal grocery stores and stuff. Right?
It's about affordability, not ideology. And like Zoran's strict focus on affordability, not running a campaign that like falls back on fear, not running a campaign about foreign policy when you're in fucking New York City. A strict focus on affordability was the key to winning this campaign.
A strict focus on affordability, while not pretending not to have the ideology, which is also really noteworthy, right? Where he's not like talking around it, right?
No, he's not apologizing or hiding the fact that he's a democratic socialist.
Yeah.
And this produced some super interesting results. If you refer back to the last election, 2024, and in everyone bemoaning like how come young men are so politically lost? Why are they all going so far to the right? 68% of men age 18 to 29 goes to Mamdani. 66% of men 30 to 40. 45% of men 45 to 65. Among women 18 to 29 years old, 84% Mamdani.
Fucking Saddam numbers. Hilarious. This is like bath party election numbers among women.
Actually, Saddam Hussein al-Takriti did in fact vote, but he broke hard for Cuomo. Honestly, at the end, it was the sex crimes that did it for Saddam.
Compelled him,
Uday did vote for Sliwa, though. That was kind of weird. I'm going to be honest with you. We're all trying to parse that one out.
It's a cat thing.
Yeah.
Like I said, like not hiding his political inspirations in any way, quoted Eugene Debs 10 seconds into his victory speech.
Yeah.
Immediately you understand, like, oh, this guy's like playing. He knows what's up.
Eugene V. Debs, the socialist who ran for president from prison. Yes. To know who Eugene V. Debs is, like arguably the most radical national candidate who has ever existed in this country.
Yeah. And his speech was extremely poetic. It got a very strong positive reaction from the people who I watched this with in Bushwick, which was the district that was the most pro-Mamdani out of the entire electoral map in the city. But he started by talking about how power has been kept out of the hands of working people, right? The hands that keep the city going by lifting boxes, by gripping the handlebars of delivery bikes, and collecting burn scars from cooking food. Quote, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands, unquote. The whole speech was kind of rife with little like metaphors and allegories like that. It was It was very cute. He went on to discuss how the campaign toppled a political dynasty and gave one of the most fine-tuned disses I've ever seen. Quote, "I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life." Which is a phenomenal quote.
But I hope I never have to say his name again or something like that.
But let tonight be the last time I utter his name. Only the best in private life is astounding.
I mean, this is like, he's not the originator of this particular kind of diss. It goes back a while, but the gist of it is like,
everyone's mum.
Go be a family man.
Get out. Go away. And repeatedly, Mamdani has used the word mandate to describe this election and the results. Quote, "New York has delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that." I'm going to play a short clip here.
Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
The Arabic there, wild that we've moved this far in New York that
it's incredible.
That wins you an election. Like that didn't win him the election, but like they really tried the 9/11 shit. Rudy Giuliani posted today a crude Photoshop of his own face in the fires of the burning Twin Towers.
Yeah.
We forgot written across it, and that did none of that shit did anything.
Yeah, the last month of the campaign against Mamdani, whether that's from people like Bill Ackman, Michael Bloomberg, or Cuomo's actual team, has used what people have been calling the 9/11 card incessantly. Playing clips of 9/11 with like Zoran like emblazoned like over top, playing clips from Hassan talking about 9/11. But the Islamophobia that the Cuomo campaign has resorted to as a last-ditch effort to stop Mamdani has been despicable. And the fact that this did not scare Mamdani into like hiding or like restricting that part of himself is incredibly admirable.
Yeah, but it wasn't just 9/11, right? Like you said, it was the broad Islam. Like they deployed as they always do. Like every urban area in Britain is now like the caliphate, like this bullshit that exists only in the American conservative mind, and it failed, which is good.
Specifically for a lot of the speech, it was about juxtaposing like how we used to have good things in the past. Like we have this idea that like good things now are always out of reach, and juxtaposing this like idea of like hope or like past exceptionalism that we just don't feel like we have access to anymore. And showing that if you actually involve young people, we can actually do good things in our city now. And I really liked the line about like a politics that speaks to you without condescension, and how much this campaign was like ran by and for, young candidates and young voters. Zoran went on to thank the people who have been forgotten by the politics of our city and how they've supported his campaign. Quote, Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties, unquote. And he went on to mention the kind of people that this campaign is about. And towards the end of that section, he talked about the hunger strike that he participated in 4 years ago in order to win debt relief for cab drivers.
And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
That is the energy of like the campaign and the city right now. Like that sort of framing. And that's the energy that people are like carrying through.
I saw among the right-wing fever responses to this, Mike Cernovich taking a clip from the election night party where one of the people who was attending Zoran's party made a comment about how, like, white people need to get on board with the idea that like our culture is multiculturalism in this country, right? Like it's not anything else. Like that's like what has made America.
Yeah.
And Mike did not react well to that.
I can't imagine.
The declaration of war.
Senovich mad. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's like, especially in New York, out of like anywhere in the country, like especially in New York, like the culture is made through the mix of immigrants that have built this city. And this is something that Zoran discussed throughout the speech. Zoran went on to thank the 100,000 campaign volunteers and specifically how their efforts, quote, eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. I liked that line. And then he asked New Yorkers to breathe this moment in. Quote, we have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat, held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count, held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who've sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us to simply more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears, unquote.
And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new.
The line about politics not being something that's done to you.
Yeah.
That really outlines how politics has felt in this country for basically as long as I can remember. He then outlined what his central agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis is, including freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, making buses fast and free, and delivering universal childcare across the city, saying, quote, this will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt, unquote. Let's go on a quick break, and we will come back to talk a little bit more about the election. All right, we're back. During the second half of this speech, Zoran turned to address Donald Trump, right? This looming thing across politics nationwide, but specifically New York, as Trump has threatened to start to fuck with New York even more if Zoran is elected. And people in New York know this. And about halfway through, Zoran addressed Trump directly, which we will get to in a sec. But before he directly talked to Trump in this speech, Zoran laid out what types of people the city government will be focusing on protecting from Trump's division and hate.
In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too.
Specifically, I like this idea of in the darkened political moment this United States is in, New York and the Zoran administration, and how that reflects New York in general, though, will be a beacon for the rest of the country. And naming like the trans community as like the second group mentioned there was heavily appreciated in the Bushwick Trans Watch Party that I was at. Zoran went on to say that, quote, "No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. Together, we will usher in a generation of change, and if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves."
I think this whole section is something very important, and this has been something that's been very consistent about Mamdani's entire campaign, which is there's been on the left for a very, very long time a just interminable, intractable conflict between this idea of like purely focusing on class politics or talking about race, and what Mamdani is doing here has been very effective, right? Is you can just do both. And in fact, as the left over the last, sort of since it's kind of the reemergence of this kind of left in like 2015, 2016, as it's gone on, it's gotten less white, it's gotten more diverse, it's gotten more multicultural, and it's been able to fuse these two things together. And it's been able to fuse that with just, like being very, very openly pro-trans. And like there was also a pretty big response that I saw from people talking about the fact that he specifically mentioned that it was Black women who were being fired by the Trump administration, right? And you can just do all these things together, and it works. And it's worked the whole time. And refusing to pit these things against each other, like refusing to pit affordability against trans rights, refusing to pit, refusing to pit the politics of like defending. And this is something that like fucking Bernie is terrible at, right? Where like Bernie has a whole rant about how Trump has been right on like we have to reduce immigration, right? And you don't have to do that. You can be pro-immigrant, you can be pro-trans, you can be pro-Black women, you can be, and you can also want everything that costs less. And you can be in favor of the fact that the U.S. is a multicultural society and can only function as one. And it's a winning form of politics. And I'm glad we're finally getting there.
Yeah, and it will be great if this New York City as a beacon can actually shine and not get stifled out in these next 4 years, because Zoran is unless things happen, Zoran will be the mayor for the remainder of the Trump term, right? Like this is he will be mayor after second Trump administration is over, barring any unfortunate incidents.
Zoran, make sure your private security is really good and loyal and reliable.
Well, you have a NYPD detail, which.
Get your own guys.
Yeah, it'll be fun. But it also it means like from I guess a national perspective, it is likely that Mamdani will become like the enemy number one of the Trump administration, the way that probably Newsom or Pritzker are now, right? Like it is easier because of the obvious bigotry that underlies a lot of the Republican Party to go after a brown dude.
Yes.
And that is what they are going to do. And they're going to use...
a brown democratic socialist.
Yeah, who stands up for trans people and migrants.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Like, you saw how acceptable Islamophobia is in Cuomo's campaign, right? Like, he'd just go on to every mainstream network and say shit that is fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
And so we should prepare ourselves for 4 more years of that, I guess. And I think he does a very good job of repudiating that. And obviously the electorate in New York did too. But that is going to be what we are going to see as a result of this.
Well, no, and like so much of the resistance to Zoran came from this idea that if he wins, that means that this is going to be what people point to as a future for politics, specifically democratic politics. And a lot of people wanted to stop him because they knew that's going to happen. If he is in control of the biggest city in the country as the Democratic mayor, that's going to be influential for what Democratic politics will be after they got completely clobbered last year. And he's showing that a different type of politics is possible, even within the Democratic Party. And that's true, like altering what the party is fundamentally.
Yeah.
And I think it is a cool little side note that Zoran voted for himself on the Working Families Party line, and in fact, not the Democratic Party line, because of how the New York mayoral ballots work. I'm going to play one more clip from the speech of Zoran specifically addressing Trump. It's going to be a teeny bit longer, and I think we'll shorten some of the applause bits because some of the applause sections go on for quite long. But this will be the last clip.
After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
This shit rocks. It's good. It's good.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool for a mayor-elect to say that.
Didn't manage to get in the New York is the Ankara of America, which I was hoping for, but otherwise great.
That's Eric Adams's bit.
Yeah. Sad day for Turkey today, I guess.
On an actual important note, I think it is really important that, all of this energy against Trump, right, and against all the shit that he's doing that's so hideously unpopular, it's starting to be channeled into politics that can actually defeat him, and that are actually good. And that he's talking about specifically the fact that you have to destroy the conditions that created him so they don't create the next one. Like, this fucking rocks. This is good.
Like it for so long, most of the 2016 to 2020 period, and for a lot of this year, we've seen so many people turn the obvious disgust that people have at what Trump is doing into grifts, into supporting a politics which fundamentally allowed for the conditions we are in now, right? And to see someone repudiate that, and to see more than 1 million people turn out to support that is fantastic. Like, it's genuinely hopeful.
It's something like Zoran has acknowledged. It's like, this is not like the end, right? This is a means, not the means either. Like, this is a means to an end. And this whole campaign started, as he's referred to it, as a quote-unquote electoral project by the New York City DSA. Like, this was largely an experiment, and an experiment that grew wildly kind of out of what I assume they kind of saw it as in the earlier days. And now they're in this moment, and they have to keep rolling with it. But it is an experiment for a version of doing this. And he knows this is not the only method or tactic to be utilized. But as an experiment, I think it's so far pretty well done. Now, Zoran closed his speech by calling to chart a new path as bold as the campaign has already been, saying that conventional wisdom would claim that he is far from the perfect candidate. Quote, "I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party, and too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract, unquote. And he concludes by saying that the greatness will be felt by rent-stabilized tenants who will wake up knowing their rent hasn't soared, by grandparents who can afford to stay in their home and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare is not driving them out of the city, and by the single mothers who don't need to rush their kids to school because they can commute to work on a fast bus. Quote, most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back, unquote. The stuff about like worshiping at the altar of caution for like the past, the past like 20, more than 20, but especially the past like 20 years of like Democrat politics, and how he is also recognizing that like this could mark a fundamental shift in what the Democratic Party actually is, because the people, Democrats included, who've been trying to stop this have failed miserably so far, putting tens of millions of dollars into a campaign to try to crush this version of what the future of New York Democrat politics is. And more people since 1969 showed up to deny that future. That's all I have for Zoran right now. It's literally, less than 24 hours after the election. Right? But this was not just a New York City mayoral election. There were other races, including other things in New York. There was a Prop 1 amendment to the state constitution to retroactively authorize the winter sports facilities on Mount Van Hoevenberg, which is protected forest land, and would require the state add 2,500 acres of newly protected land elsewhere in the Adirondack. That's how I'm saying it. Adirondack Mountains.
There's another
Adirondack.
Adirondack.
Which was passed, and this allows them to continue to build and maintain the winter sports facility. Propositions 2 through 6 were New York City charter amendments. 2 to 4 were housing reform proposals to fast-track the approval process for affordable housing and simplify zoning reviews and establish an affordable housing appeals board. All of these passed. These will limit the ability of the city council to control and slow down housing development and empower the mayor specifically to build more affordable units faster. And Prop 5, which also passed, creates a new digital map of the city. The only prop to fail, which was number 6, was to move local elections to be in line with presidential elections on that 4-year basis. Basically, the ballot that Zoran filled out himself was the one that passed for all of these proposals.
Yeah, they call it a coattails effect in political science, right? Like the idea that the people
he only announced his ballot that morning. He specifically did not. He didn't even announce it. Like a journalist asked him what he was voting on. He specifically did not advocate for any of these or try to dissuade anyone from any of these before the election.
Yeah, for sure. But you get a generally aligned politically electorate, right? A relatively progressive in American terms electorate coming out to vote for him, who will look at these things and say, that seems to make sense with the way I see the world.
Absolutely. Democrat Abigail Spanberger won the governor of Virginia, flipping blue. Jay Jones, a Democrat candidate for Virginia AG, also beat the Republican incumbent. And this was after a month of attacks for a series of text messages from 2022, where Jay Jones said that if certain Republican delegates died, he would, quote, go to their funerals to piss on their graves, unquote, and wished for the hypothetical deaths of Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert's children. Quote, only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. I mean, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes, unquote.
That's also not wishing for the hypothetical deaths. Like
he did in a call with another Republican politician, and then after the call, they continued texting about it. So the proof is in these texts, and he has admitted this. And basically, he was like, if these people's like children were to get killed in a mass shooting, maybe their opinions on guns would change. That's essentially what he's expressing there.
Yeah.
And then he also was quoted in these leaked text messages as saying, quote, 3 people, 2 bullets, Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with this. Sorry, I have to...
Well, think not just as an elected official, as an attorney general, someone going to be a cop that you put in the fucking text message.
Jesus Spoiler, Christ. Put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. It's insane.
Yeah, OPSEC hero.
But that is the new Attorney General.
So
that's the new Democrat Attorney General of Virginia, who the right has been attacking for relentlessly the past month because of
you
these
really
messages.
Fucked up if you can't if you can't run attacks on that guy and you still lose.
All of those jokes about the wine moms in the suburbs like wanting blood and like they're looking at this and going, "Oh hell yeah, give me 4 more bullets. We'll put in this guy."
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's pretty astonishing. Maine voted no, 63% on a voter restriction measure. Voters extended the Democrat Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and the California redistricting measure or proposition passed with 63.8%. James,
yeah,
do you have stuff on this?
Yeah, so Prop 50 in California. It was like a 1-issue ballot, right? You said the Prop 50. This would temporarily redistrict. I think people maybe have not been like often it gets missed. And this is temporarily redistricting California until reestablishing the nonpartisan committee that does districting in 2031 for the 2032. Those districts will come back, or that they will return to a nonpartisan districting in 2032. This is one of the most expensive propositions in state history. 120 million was spent in favor, 44 million against. There was also outside money. Newsom already called on New York, Illinois, and other Democrat majority seats to do the same, right? It's going to likely remove about 5 Republican seats, or those Republicans are going to struggle, right? One of them would be San Diego's Mountain Empire and East County seat, which is currently the 48th. That seat has been redistricted a few times, right? It's moved around. It's currently Darrell Ice's seat. In response, California Republicans have already filed a lawsuit. The suit was filed by Harmeet Dillon's law firm. Yay! So, Dillon,
friend of the pod.
Yeah, Dillon is in the Trump administration now. But
Dillon is in the Trump administration, and occasionally my inbox making threats.
Fantastic. Great. But it was Dillon's law firm that filed the case, right? The case has claimed that California drew the new lines to, quote, specifically favor Hispanic voters, which is a similar claim to the Louisiana versus Calais, I think it's Calais, the way they say it here, case, which is currently before the Supreme Court, which the Supreme Court seems to be suggesting it might be amenable to this argument, right? That the consideration of race in redistricting is discriminatory. Yesterday, Trump truthed, quoting here, "The unconstitutional redistricting vote in California is a giant scam." That part is in block capitals, as is characteristic. The rest is sporadically capitalized. I'm going back to the quote now. "In the entire process, in particular, the voting itself is rigged. All, quote, mail-in ballots where the Republicans in that state are shut out is under very serious legal and criminal review. Stay tuned." Yeah, fairly predictable. We talked about it last week. It's not entirely possible for me to pass out that second sentence, but I think we can see what direction is pushing in, right? This was predictable that this was going to happen, and we'll keep you updated on it. Also, predictable that we would have to pivot to ads again, which is what we're going to do now. And we are back. A bit of immigration news this week, as always. According to reporting, this actually last week, but we didn't have time for it last week. According to reporting by CNN, Trump claimed he was, quote, very much opposed to his own administration's immigration raid on a Hyundai plant in Georgia, which obviously this is what he's saying to try and get that foreign direct investment back in Georgia, right? Because it looks very much like Georgia is going to pay pretty heavily for that raid. Unfortunately, another man lost his life when fleeing ICE officers. Last week, he seems to have left a car that he was in and attempted to cross a freeway where he was fatally struck by another car. That's the second time this has happened this year. Texas has signed an agreement with the federal government to allow local DPS officers to operate as ICE officers, or technically to operate under the authority of ICE officers under the 287G program. So this is not the first law enforcement agency in Texas to do this. Lots of local agencies had, but the DPS is statewide, right? So this would include officers of the Texas Highway Patrol. It has 5,000 employees. It will make Texas a markedly more hostile place for migrants. The authority allows warrantless detention under loosely phrased supervision by an ICE officer, right? So it allows Texas cops to detain or question people who they suspect of being in the United States without documentation. Here in San Diego's Border Patrol sector released a video with, I think it was like, I'll have to check what song it was, like some cringe kind of pop punk soundtrack of the dynamiting of land west of the Jacumba Wilderness. This is likely the construction that saw many environmental and cultural protections waived by DHS Secretary Noem earlier this year, right? We're seeing the beginning of what that looks like. And what that looks like here is just a very unique landscape. I know some people who listen came out to Jacumba a couple of years ago to help out. Like, it is an extremely unique sort of high desert landscape, and it's currently being dynamited, right? These are the areas where there were little gaps in the border wall because construction there is very hard, and the way that they're going ahead with the construction is blowing stuff up. Finally, on the immigration beat, a case regarding conditions in the Broadview facility, which is in Chicago. Until earlier this year, it was only for very short stays, like not for 24-hour stays, has revealed some of the horrific conditions inside the facility. It confirms something I've heard from multiple migrants who have been detained all over the US, which is that ICE is using the threat of longer stays in poor conditions to get people to sign deportation paperwork. Often it's literally in the overcrowded rooms where they're sleeping and staying, right? Like at any point, you can just walk up to it and sign your name, and you will presumably be removed from those conditions and placed into a deportation flight as soon as possible. Reading directly from the lawsuit here, quote, "People are forced to attempt to sleep for days or sometimes weeks on plastic chairs or on the filthy concrete floor. They are denied sufficient food and water. They cannot shower. They are denied soap, hygiene items, and menstrual products, and they have no way to clean themselves. They are often denied a change of clothes." Continuing my quote here, "The temperatures are extreme and uncomfortable. Most nights are freezing cold, yet only some receive a thin foil blanket, sweater, or sweatpants to try to retain warmth. The lights are typically on all night." People have also reported being denied water by agents, there being no running water in the places where they are held, and very little food. We've reported on these conditions before. Some of this is standard, right? Lights on all night, freezing cold. You only get a very thin blanket. Like that has been the case. It was the case throughout the Biden administration, right? They call these places the icebox, both in English and in Spanish. This has always been, the conditions people have been held in these facilities have always been inhumane. But some of this is particularly bad. People in Broadview reported being so crowded they could not extend their legs.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so they had to sit like sort of fetal position. They couldn't sit down and extend their legs, right, let alone sleep. Disgustingly unclean conditions. Lots of people have reported paperwork not being able in a language that they read and write. Bathrooms there are not private, and the lawsuit alleges that people of other genders could see each other using the bathroom. Which is pretty disgusting. I've linked to the lawsuit. You can read it if you want to.
Terraplock transition, go!
Music to my ears.
Oh boy, okay, abrupt shift in tone. So we got a little bit more details on the sort of partial agreement that Trump and the Chinese government have sort of come to that has staved off some of the most disastrous of the new trade war elements. Both sides seem to have gotten rid of the fees from ships, both docking at their ports and also on like the sort of complicated shipbuilding stuff we talked about last year. The U.S. has paused the thing we talked about last week, where they were using the foreign entity list to do anything that was controlled, that was 40% or more controlled by a thing on the foreign entity list couldn't be traded with. The U.S. is backing off on that for a year. China's agreed to buy more soybeans. There's also some discussion of China buying more energy products, but this is one of these things that we have no idea what that is. It's possible by the time you're listening to this, there will be information. All we have is buy more energy. And the last thing that Trump said that didn't seem to be part of the negotiations between him and the Chinese government per se, but were definitely part of negotiations that have been going on between Trump and his cabinet, was that there's going to be restrictions on AI chip exports, although exactly what is not known. All Trump said was, quote, "the most advanced, we will not let anybody have them other than the United States." What this seems to be, and again, everyone is kind of murkily cobbling together whatever information they have. What it seems to be is Trump stopped NVIDIA from selling its most advanced AI grade chips called Blackwell to China, which NVIDIA has been massively lobbying for because they need to expand their market to continue the giant bubble that they've accumulated. Trump has stopped them. It's unclear whether this is going to be made into formal policy or if Trump is just going to personally intervene every time a CEO asks him to do this. But yeah, we also have, so today, recording November 5th, is the start of the Supreme Court case against the tariffs. I think it's worth noting that this court case against the tariffs, it's framed as a lot of small businesses brought this lawsuit, and they did. But also the reason it's gotten to the Supreme Court is because they're being backed by a huge player in the conservative legal machine. Almost the entire thing is being funded and paid for by the Liberty Justice Center, it's a kind of libertarian, right-wing legal thing backed by the Walton family and the Koch network. And this is, I think, one of the most direct and interesting actual oppositional moves we've seen from this wing of the libertarian business wing of the party, which is very, very pissed off at the tariffs. We've seen a whole bunch of amicus curiae briefs from the American Enterprise Institute and the Cato Institute and a whole bunch of other right-wing think tanks who are extremely angry about this. We don't know exactly how it's going to go, but the initial arguments do not seem to be going well for the Trump administration. So that'll be unfolding, and we'll report on it more as we know more. This is literally, we're recording the first day of trials. So, and finally, I'm going to close on a genuinely deeply baffling piece of news, which is that the day before the election in New York, Greg Abbott posted that there would be a 100% tariff on anyone moving to New York after the election.
Yeah, how does that work?
No, isn't it moving to Texas from New York?
Oh, I thought it was to New York.
To me, it looked like moving to New York as well. I mean, it's certainly unclear because this does not seem like a policy proposal, and it seems more like a post. It seems like something it's just a post. It's someone posting through it because this is
moving from New York to Texas.
Yeah.
Was it anyone moving from New York to Texas?
Interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Tariffs are just posts now.
I don't. That's not like a thing that there's law around you being able to do.
No, it's so unconstitutional.
I think it's just a post. I don't think it is anything.
I mean, evidently it is a post.
I think the interesting thing about it is the way in which tariffs have come to be seen in the Republican mind as this is something you do to people you're mad at, which is a very new development in this is a pure Trump 2 phenomena, effectively.
Well, and
absolutely,
a marker of how intensely they're paying attention to this election. I mean, Abbott's said doing this because I'm sure it'll shore up his local popularity, but it's a marker of a change that has been going on that has been really supercharged in the Trump era of no, you can't have local politics. It's all national politics, and any kind of vote at a state or local level that goes against whatever the party wants is something to be punished, even if it's 2,000 miles away. And that hasn't been as dominant in U.S. politics as it has been recently. We should probably talk a little bit about Texas's election night. because that was also pretty consequential. There were 17 ballot measures passed by the Texas legislature earlier this year by a 2/3 majority. And the way Texas law works is that once the legislature votes for a ballot measure to 2/3 majority, it becomes a constitutional amendment after a simple majority of voters on a ballot support it. And there were 17 measures on the ballot in Texas, which is wild. Very few states add constitutional amendments at the rate Texas does. And all of them passed, which is nuts. And some of them are like, fine. There was like one to create like a $3 billion fund for dementia research with like, which is like, whatever. Nobody's got a problem with that, really. Some questions about implementation, maybe. But there's some absolutely bug fuck nuts stuff in here. Proposition 13 raised the homestead exemption from $100,000 to $140,000. It was passed by about 80% of voters. This lowers the taxable value of a home, which reduces overall tax bills on your primary residence. Per an article in the Houston Chronicle, the amendments will be especially felt by elderly or disabled Texans who are poised to receive a separate break that brings their total property tax exemptions to $200,000. As a result, roughly half of seniors and people with disabilities living in Harris and Bexar counties will no longer pay any school property taxes.
Jesus.
I should have to say how like bad that is for Texas schools. And in general, a lot of these ballot measures were about making heavy cuts and making it impossible to raise new revenue. The cuts that are just in these ballot measures are going to cost the state about $4 billion over the next 2 years, right? But that's not all that was done. Several of the bills that were passed banned the potential to create new taxes, right? So it is now illegal in Texas to create taxes on capital gains or taxes on the growth of assets like property and stocks or taxes on inheritance and estate taxes. Taxes on the operations of stock exchanges are now banned because several have announced plans to open in Texas, right? So you are looking at, I think the estimate here that I'm seeing in the Chronicles article is that the state's going to spend about $51 billion over the coming biennium to pay for the new cuts and maintain existing ones. Texas is a state that has had for quite a while a budget surplus, and they are basically lighting a lot of that on fire to appeal to rich people and business owners and stock exchanges to take their assets to Texas. You won't have to help society if you come to Texas. We don't have a society in Texas, right? And that agenda did very well in Texas.
Jeez.
Anyway.
Good stuff.
I guess the last thing I want to talk about a little bit, since we've got a couple of minutes here, is the question on everybody's mind. Should I be flying anywhere for the holidays? Is that going to be a good idea?
Yeah.
I'm saying this a day after a horrific crash of a UPS flight over Muhammad Ali International Airport in Louisville, right? Which, I mean, I think 7 was the death toll last I saw. Nightmarish fireballs.
It hit 9 this morning.
Is it at 9? Because the plane the engine caught on fire basically on takeoff. And normally, from what I'm reading from pilots, normally that should have been a manageable problem. But because it happened during the ascent, which is the most dangerous part of piloting a plane and where you have the least control, they were not able to recover or gain any kind of control. And the plane basically plowed directly into a UPS warehouse. And it was loaded with something like 300,000 pounds worth of fuel because it was about to fly to Honolulu. So it was as full of fuel as a big plane can be. And just a horrific crash. Is this tied to the fact that you have a lot of federal employees furloughed? Is it tied more just to the fact that the FAA is not functioning the way it should be or used to as a result of changes the Trump administration made as soon as they came to power? I think it's too early to say that, but this is part of a pattern of pretty disastrous near misses that absolutely can be attributed to things like the air traffic controller shortage and the fact that there's just a lot less safety precautions being taken. And this is something the administration is aware of and has become critical enough that they're no longer able to deny it. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy on Monday said that all commercial flights might be stopped nationwide to protect public safety, and they were certainly going to need to cut off flights in specific parts of the countries at times as a result of the ATC shortage, right? Basically, there's different kind of grids that the country is divided into, and you might have to shut down one or more of those at a time in order to make the shortage of air traffic controllers able to handle the rest of the load, right? For an example of like how bad this can get locally, on last Friday in New York State, 80% of air traffic controllers did not show up for work. So this is a potentially pretty calamitous problem. There have been ground delays on Monday for 3 major Texas airports in Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Dallas Love Field. And this is just in general a problem that's only going to get worse as the shutdown looms, because I've seen some interviews with air traffic controllers where like one guy was like, look, we're not getting medicine for my kid and she'll die without it. It's just not coming in. How do you expect me to be a fucking air traffic controller? Right? Like the hardest job in the country that requires absolutely perfect concentration at all times without ever fucking up, or hundreds of people die. So I don't know. To answer the question of like, should you be planning flights for this holiday season? You should certainly get the flight insurance and be paying attention the days before as to what's happening if the shutdown doesn't end. Because right now we are seeing delays, the likes of which haven't really been seen since maybe like either the pandemic, probably before 9/11 was kind of the last time things were this completely fucked. Garrison can tell you how much of a fucking nightmare they had coming back. And it's not just in the United States, by the way. Multiple major airports in Europe over the last week and change have had to shut down entirely or partly because of unauthorized or unknown drone flights in their airspace.
Yeah. That's been ongoing.
Globally, air travel is not doing well.
Yeah, Russia's been probing Europe with these Orlands for a little while. Yeah, I think all of them, I don't know if Robert's flown, Gareth and I have flown this month, and it fucking sucks. Use a credit card if you can, one that has some protections. But maybe consider not flying right now.
Yeah, just, keep an eye on things. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, it's great. Everything's going great. That is the slogan. Everything's going great.
There's been worse times.
There's been worse times.
Yeah, the Blitz. Yeah. Talking of worse times, lots of people are hungry, right? Because we're fucking with people's SNAP benefits now as part of the culture war. Lots of people are very worried about where their food is going to come from, right? And we're entering a time of year. Kids are going to be off school. There are lots of places you can still get your free school meals, but it's a difficult time for people. It's a difficult time for people to feed their families. I wanted to plug We All We Got. It's a San Diego group. What they're doing is helping people be able to rely on them by delivering groceries to them, right? And the way that they most need support is for people to sign up to regularly donate a certain amount. I'm not going to tell you how much you can donate, but if you're able to, that will give them the ability to plan to secure groceries for people they're supporting. The way you can find their website is to go to weallwegotsd.com/donate. Also, if you want to reach out to us and you want to do it in an encrypted way, you could send an email from your Proton mail address to our Proton mail address, which is coolzonetips@proton.me. If you're a marketing person and you want your client to be a guest on our podcast, don't email us. I'm just going to fucking block you. That's all I have to say about that. If you want us to plug your product, I will also fucking block you.
We reported the news.
We reported the news.
Hey, we'll be back Monday with more episodes every week from now until the heat death of the universe.
It Could Happen Here is a production of Cool Zone Media. For more podcasts from Cool Zone Media, visit our website, coolzonemedia.com, or check us out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts. You can now find sources for It Could Happen Here listed directly in episode descriptions. Thanks for listening.
Time for a sofa upgrade? Introducing Anabe Sofas, where designer style meets budget-friendly prices. Anabe brings you the ultimate in furniture innovation with a modular design that allows you to rearrange your space effortlessly. Perfect for both small and large spaces, Anabe is the only machine-washable sofa inside and out. Say goodbye to stains and messes with liquid and stain-resistant fabrics that make cleaning easy. Liquids simply slide right off. Designed for custom comfort, our high-resilience foam lets you choose between a sink-in feel or a supportive memory foam blend. Plus, our pet-friendly, stain-resistant fabrics ensure your sofa stays beautiful for years. Don't compromise quality for price. Visit WashableSofas.com to upgrade your living space today. Sofas start at just $699 with no risk returns and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get up to 60% off plus free shipping and free returns. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Flag football is exploding, and iFlag is leading the way. As the Guinness World Record holder, iFlag hosts premier flag football tournaments nationwide for boys, girls, high school girls, and adults. From first-time players to elite competitors, iFlag delivers top-level competition, unforgettable experiences, and a community built around the game. Ready to be part of it? Join the movement. Find your tournament and learn more at iflag.org. That's iflag.org.
This is Radhi Devlukia from A Really Good Cry. I absolutely love getting outside, whether it's a quick walk or a mindful few steps between meetings, or even a longer run to just clear my head. But the one thing that can really ruin that for me is shoes that just don't feel right. That's why I started wearing Ultra running. With the Ultra Fit, every step feels comfortable, balanced, and strong, like my feet can finally move freely. What really stood out to me was the roomy toe box. My toes actually now have room to spread out, which makes movement feel more natural and comfortable. And when your feet aren't cramped, you feel more balanced, like every step has a strong, stable foundation. I've noticed that with extra space, my foot muscles get to work building strength, so I can actually move with more confidence. Ultra fits and moves with you no matter your pace or your goals. Beginner or marathon runner, they've really become my go-to for any kind of running or training, and I always feel like my feet can do exactly what they're meant to do. Feel the difference by visiting ultrarunning.com and use my code CRY10 for 10% off. That's ultra, A-L-T-R-A, running.com. Experience Ultra and stay out there.
Discover a spectacular island destination with crystal blue seas, endless sunshine, and the cool Bahamian breeze. Baha Mar, located in Nassau, Bahamas, offers your choice of 3 luxury hotels: the richly refined Rosewood, the playfully hip SLS, and the stylishly modern Grand Hyatt. With over 45 restaurants, bars, and lounges, Baha Mar serves up delicious dining from world-renowned chefs like Daniel Boulud and Marcus Samuelson. Nightlife venues like the new Jean Baptiste Jazz Club, and the Caribbean's most luxurious casino. At Baha Mar, you'll find every pleasure under the sun and one-of-a-kind experiences for the entire family, like Baha Bay, our 15-acre lush tropical water park, interactive wildlife experiences, including our daily flamingo parade, world-class golf, tennis, spa, and so much more. Visit bahamar.com today and discover a vacation destination where memories are made for a lifetime. Baha Mar. Life spectacular.
This is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed Human.